There's got to be more to the story because I didn't do this.
You understand?
You think if I didn't have an explanation, I would let you know? This is not looking good for me.
I think you're afraid to let me know the truth. And I think you're afraid to let me know because it would expose you to your wife and your mother and your father. It would expose the person who you were on that night back in 1991.
This is Gene Stuller. On September 23, 1991, police in Florida discovered the body of 27-year-old Julia Wilbanks dumped in a field. She had been stabbed 17 times. Investigators collected evidence from the scene, but no suspect was identified, and the case went cold for more than 30 years. In 2025, investigators used advanced genealogical DNA testing on evidence recovered from Julia's clothing, and it linked back to a new suspect, 72-year-old Gene Stuller. Police arrest Stuller and bring him down to the station for questioning.
Well, in 1991, a female by the name of Julia Wilbanks, okay, she was found in St. Cloud, close here. She was deceased, okay. Does she look familiar at all to you? She is from Kissimmee, was in Kissimmee area.
No, sir.
No. You can take a closer look at it if you want. Yeah, you can look at it.
I don't believe that it's not somebody I ever dated or anything. No, I don't. Doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell at all. Okay. She's from Kissimmee around the same time that you were, that you lived there as well. Okay. And she did some sex work and stuff like that. Did you, in that time frame, or did you have any relationships with any maybe prostitutes or sex workers at all?
No.
Nothing you did that? Any drugs or anything like that? No drug
I
history?
was going to NA back then.
Okay. What for?
And, sir?
Well, I'm sorry. Continue.
And drinking. And then 4 years ago, the 13th of next month, I'll have 4 years sober. I damn near lost my wife. I didn't realize how much she was drinking. She had an operation, quit drinking for 2 days, and went into DT's in the middle of the night. I got the ambulance there. And when she got out of the hospital and she had to go to nursing home for a while, we both joined AA. And where I was headed today, to the grocery store and to an AA meeting when I got picked up.
Okay. What was you drink alcohol? What was your drink of choice?
Budweiser and Crown Royal.
Okay.
So you never did any narcotics or anything? Listen.
Back in the day in Orlando, we lived out by SeaWorld off of Orangewood Boulevard. We did some coke, my brother and I, and another fellow that's deceased now.
Okay. How often do you think you do that?
God, I don't know. Weekends if we had it.
Okay.
Now, like the detective here says, we're looking into this case from 1991, which is a long, long time ago, right? And your name popped up.
Any idea as to why your name would come up?
No, unless maybe she went to NA or something.
Okay, did you went to NA back then too?
Yeah. It was there was a treatment center off of OBT, and I want to say Oak Street was an AA clubhouse.
Okay, it's possible. Yeah.
That would make sense.
But she doesn't sound familiar in the newspapers or anything like that? Okay, and she was found deceased here locally as well.
Trying to figure out how my name popped up.
Well, we'll let you know. And the detective has been working this case for a long time. Okay, things in law enforcement takes time. It's not like on TV. You get an hour show. 20 minutes of that is commercials. Okay, as you know. So these cases do take a long time. And some of these cases are expensive. especially when you're trying to get, you know what DNA is?
Yes.
Okay, that's very expensive. Very, very expensive. And so it's not like we call up and say, run this DNA. That's not how that works. We need to get permission all the way up. Probably definitely goes to the chief. Maybe even go beyond him because that's how expensive it is. Right, so these cases do take a long time, but your name did pop up in the investigation.
And it takes a while. This type of science behind it, it's extravagant.
Right.
It took a long time for things to be able to be developed, to be able to analyze things as well as they do now. Because in 1991, obviously technology is not like it is today. Smartphones and things like that, you can find out things like that. I'm sure that you're aware of that. And like Corporal was saying, it takes time for us to get the right DNA and to analyze it, okay? And like I had mentioned, she was found deceased, and your name came up in the investigation, okay? And it was all connected through DNA. Blood DNA.
And, we're not here to lie to you. Okay? Our job here is to find out the truth, what happened. Because this lady here, I don't know her. The detective doesn't know her. But she has a family. And no matter what we do here, she's not going to come back. Okay? But at least we can give the family some peace of mind. I'm not sure how much peace of mind. It depends on who the person is. I've never been to a situation where a loved one of mine was found the way she was found. So I can't tell you, I can't tell them, I know how you feel. Because I don't know how you feel. Our job here is to find out what really happened, why it happened. That's important. The families want to know why. They already know what happened. For 30 years, they don't know why it happened.
Her son was 8 years old when this happened and has grown up the rest of his life now knowing what happened to his mom, but not knowing why. Why did it happen? He grew up from 8 years. He's in his 40s now with his own family, and he has no closure as to what happened to his mom. And that's what we're here trying to figure out. We want to know what happened to her. Can you tell us what happened to her?
I'm sorry, I can't.
So like I said, I'm going to be honest with you. And I want you to be honest with us. Okay, there's only 3 of us in this room. Okay? You can say you don't know what happened to her, right? But we know certain things that we know you were there. We wouldn't be talking to you if you weren't there. We can prove you were there. We can prove that scientifically you were there. Right? So it's not like we just took your name out of a hat and said, okay, let's go talk to this guy. That's not how, because then we're just wasting our time. We know you were there. We can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that you were there. So we just want to know what happened, why this happened. You don't look like a bad person. We have interviewed some killers. You're not one of them. So we want to give you the opportunity of telling us why this happened so we can tell the families.
I don't have any answers for you.
Gene, I don't believe that. Okay, we wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about this. I know there's a side of the story. Okay, I know you have a side of the story. Everybody has one. Like he's saying, there's a reason why we're here talking to you today. Okay, your blood was on her.
That cannot change. The percentage is 1.6 trillion to 1. There's not even a trillion people in the world. That we cannot get away from. That you can't get away from. Right? So, I know it was a long time ago. Things happen. All right? But, like I said, we know you were there because your blood was there. And blood is better than a fingerprint. Much better than a fingerprint.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know anything.
I can't imagine how this has weighed on you for 33 years. That pressure and always having that in the back of your mind, knowing what happened. And I know it can build up. And I know in 2015 it built up quite a bit. Okay? So I know you've been stressing out about this since it happened. It's not something that you can just forget. Okay? I know that. And I know that you've been wanting to try and talk to somebody about this. Okay? Now's your opportunity to finally let it out. Okay? And finally get it off.
I don't know what you want me to say. I know nothing about this.
Gene,
What?
I know that's not true.
So if you're saying you don't know nothing about this, how comes your blood was there?
I don't know. I don't know that it was. You're telling me it was, but if I wasn't there, how's my blood get there?
Good question. Good question. That will never change. Like I said before, we're not here to lie to you. Really not. Like, it doesn't benefit us one bit. Right? Myself and the detective here, we're not getting promoted off this case. That's not how this goes. Right? We're not becoming movie stars off this case. That's all TV. Okay? But the one thing that we know that will never ever change here is that your blood was on her. That can't change. Maybe you have a rational reason why it's there, and I'm willing to listen to that. But that doesn't change. We're not just the two that have been working on this case. A lot of people were looking on this case, even back then. When St. Cloud was nothing. Nobody knew what St. Cloud was. And so back since this lady was discovered until today, people have been working on this case. Maybe not daily. So we just happen to be the last two. And that's what this is. You have to explain, okay, you're saying that you weren't there, you don't know what happens. Okay, how did her blood get on her? How did your blood, not his, not mine, not siblings of yours, remember 1.6 trillion to 1. And that's what you're going to have to answer to. So think about it. If you're on the other side, you're on my side and I'm over there, and you know that 1.6 trillion to 1 but done by DNA labs that this is what they do. And the person's telling, and I'm telling you, I don't know anything, I wasn't anywhere. What would you think?
I don't know what to think. I do not know how this happened.
That's what we're here. We want to find out what happened.
I don't know.
Are you taking any kind of medications or anything like that?
Blood pressure, cholesterol.
Okay. Majority of Americans are taking that.
Still drive?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was driving this morning, headed to the store at an AA meeting.
Right. How often do you go to church?
AA is my church.
Gotcha.
They stress spirituality and a power greater than yourself.
That was my next question. Was the AA meeting at the church? Okay.
And I go between 8 and 11 meetings a week. My wife goes with me.
A week.
A week.
How many meetings a week?
From 8 to 11. Monday through Friday at Wakava Basics on Bear Lake Road. Monday night happy hour in Castleberry. 2-3 nights a week over to Winter Park off of Loma. Saturday night at Asbury Church in Winter Park is a beginners meeting. Saturday and Sunday at Living Sober in Apopka off of McGee. I think it's St. Stephen's Church, I'm not sure. But yeah,
Sounds
we
like
do
you're doing
8
a lot
to 11
to.
meetings a week.
That's good for you, huh? I'm glad.
My life is, up until now, was more than I ever expected.
Do you think, have you felt that it's helped?
Me? Oh, definitely. It's helped my relationship. It's helped me. It's helped the way I look at things. I have daily readings, daily prayer and meditation I do. I have a sponsor. I call him on Wednesdays. I go out of my way. Tomorrow I'm supposed to take my parents from, where Broadmoor is in Kissimmee. It's a retirement village. I'm supposed to take them up to Hunters Creek to a doctor's appointment because Dad's 93. He can't drive. Mom's 87. She doesn't like to drive.
Yeah.
She's been my mom longer than my real mom. My real mom died while I was in the service.
What branch were you in?
Army.
Thanks for your service. And I really mean that. Really, really mean that. So you're saying you don't remember anything, or you don't know what we're talking about.
I'm from what you're telling me, but no, I don't know her. I know nothing about this.
This isn't just going to go away.
Okay.
We're gonna have to, we're here, like I said before, to find out the truth, to hear your side of the story. Because there's like life is a coin. It's two sides. We just don't take one side of the coin, because that's not fair. We look at both sides of the coin. Right? So it may look like, oh, these two guys here, they're looking to hem me up. No, we're not. We don't have that power. We don't. Our job is to find out the truth, but the main thing is why this happened. Because there's a why for everything. Just like when you were drinking, there's a why you were drinking so heavily. There is. You may tell people, well, I don't know why I was drinking so, but
I know why.
Well, bingo. You know why you were drinking. There's a why for everything. The kid steals a cookie from the cookie jar. He knows why. He may not tell his parents, but there's a why for everything. Or how it's done, why. This is how life is. And that's what we're here for, to find out. So we can give the families, her son, something. So,
What's your why?
What's what?
What's your why?
Of why I drank. Never felt like I fit in, blamed everything. I was always the victim. Just not a happy person. Then I could escape it with the booze.
When do you think that started out?
As a little kid,
It's all good. Was it
I was the guy that got picked on, and
you the youngest?
I was the only
Don't.
till my mother died. And I just, they say you can't quit for anybody but yourself.
True.
But the reason I decided to quit was I promised to take care of my wife, and I drank so much that I didn't know that she was drinking as much as she was. I didn't know she was sick. And that night when I woke up and her bowels had let go and she was throwing up, laying on her back, I got her turned over and sitting on a stool, and called the ambulance. And they took her in the hospital and found out she was going through DTs because she had quit on a Sunday to have an operation on Tuesday. Thursday night, in the middle of the night, she went into DTs. Why she went into DTs and I never did, I don't know.
Everybody's different. It's like you see people out there that are never get fat, but they'll eat a cow. Everybody's different.
Since the last week in December, I've lost 25 pounds because the heart doctor said lose the weight or have another operation.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you manage that?
Well, he put me on Wegovy, but I
Okay.
don't think that's what's doing it. I've cut out candy,
There you go.
cookies,
Mhm.
donuts. When I got sober, I figured out I love to eat. And pasta, white bread. I ate a lot of fruit. I had 2 tangerines in the car to take to the meeting with me today.
That's a good way of doing it.
Mm-hmm. Very good way. So, we're gonna have to figure out how your blood got on this lady.
Can I ask you, you have a scar. Can I ask what happened with this?
Here?
How you got the scar? It's on the other side, on your left side.
I was working at Ed Health in the maintenance shop, and I was trying to bend a piece of angle, and somebody walked in. I turned to look at him. I missed it and hit myself in the head,
Oh,
and with about a 3-pound sledge.
oh.
And I walked up front, and my wife had come to the office to bring me my phone. And when I walked by the director's office, he said, "What happened?" I said, "My wife hit me."
Oh.
Hopefully, he didn't take you too serious.
No.
Okay, good. Good.
Did you end up needing stitches?
Yeah, I had stitches here, and then here I got a scar. I had cancer taken out of my face. And then the rest of the stitches from growing up and getting in fights.
Yeah.
How did you do in those fights?
Hmm?
How did you do in those fights?
Nobody wins. I know that nowadays.
That is true. Nobody wins. So how are we gonna get around to letting this lady's son know what happened?
I do not have an answer for that. I do not know, and that's not going to change.
And you have no reason why, or you don't know why your blood would be on her.
So,
Got a couple pictures if you're willing to look at them, okay? This is Julia, okay? And this was her when we found her, okay? Mm-hmm. She's got a lot of blood on her, okay? And this is her. This is where she was. This is her right there. We're not lying about the blood.
Mm-mm. She was stabbed 17 times. That's a lot. Usually they say cases like this is someone that knows her because it's had a lot to do with feelings. Somebody wronged me, you know. You see one or two, maybe it could be a stranger. When you start seeing 17, 20, 30, it's usually the victim and the suspect. There's a connection somewhere. Whether their connection romantically, business-wise, but there is a connection because that's personal. Personal. A guy who's gonna do something is not gonna wait around to do 17 stab wounds. He may get caught. He may get away with one or two, and because his main thing is, I'm out of here. I'm leaving. We also know for a fact this possibly didn't happen over where she was found. It was somewhere else. Because there was, as you can see in the picture here, there is nothing there. Side of the road, like she was dumped. From my experience. Do you know where this is? This area?
No. Looks like a field.
Right across the street from the police department. The police department wasn't here. So you're right, open field. You know where Neptune Road is?
Vaguely, because I lived in that area and I worked when I was working for Disney. I was laid off and I worked for Bronson's at the Orange Groves on Pleasant Hill, and they had a place in Hollow Paw. And I used to go from Pleasant Hill, I'd take their truck out to Hollow Paw. So I'd seen that Neptune Road, yeah.
There was nothing on Neptune Road. This police department wasn't here, which is kind of ironic. You get the police department investigating a crime that the police department wasn't there when the crime occurred. But that's Neptune Road. Because 1991, St. Cloud was totally different from what it is now. Now it takes you probably 50 minutes to go from one end to the next. So like we said, that's where all that blood, hers and yours. Nobody else.
Was it just an accident? Was it a mistake? Because you don't seem like you're the kind of person that's going around being a mass murderer.
Right.
Was there something built up that just
I don't
happened?
know the woman. I didn't do it. I don't know if you're trying to get me to
We're not getting you to
do something.
anything.
I don't know her. I never met her.
Well,
Unless she happened to be at one of those NA meetings. I don't know the woman.
I don't know. Could be. I don't know. We're not trying to get you to say anything here. We just want the truth.
I can't tell.
And if you're telling us what you're telling us, we have a problem. We have a big problem.
I guess we have a problem because I don't know her. I don't know nothing about her. I don't know nothing about this.
Now, what kind of work truck you used to drive back then?
I didn't have a work truck.
So you said the vehicle.
Yeah, from Bronson, you said.
Oh my God. There was a white pickup, I don't know what kind, and then I think he got a brown Chevy truck.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked for Rick. Rick's dead. He got in an accident. He went back to drugs and flew his Jeep.
Mm.
So you would use one of those vehicles to go back and forth once in a while from Pleasant Hill to Holobor?
Yeah.
What's the
Usually I had, I'd come up Pleasant Hill Road to John Young, go up to Oak Street, go back out on 192, take that straight into Hollow, I believe it was.
192 all the way to Holobor?
Yeah.
It's coming right through town.
Because I remember one time I had the big trailer on the end, and I went to hit the brakes, and the trailer started to come around. I gave it gas, and it straightened out. After that, I was very slow coming up to red lights.
Now, what did you usually have? So if you say, for instance, you had to use one of the trucks, what do you usually pull into the truck? Are you pulling anything, like a trailer or anything?
Yeah, I think we hauled palm trees because we'd go out in the woods and clean up and sell them. He had a place on the corner of 192 and something. There was a little store he rented there that he sold those out of.
Palm trees, okay.
Yeah. But we planted them out on his parents to have them grow and keep them watered and stuff.
What year were you working with them?
When did I start with Disney? Had to be 89.
Okay. How many years do you think you worked with them?
I worked while I was laid off, so it'd have been a year.
Oh, that's it?
89, 90.
And when I went out there, I had two black guys that worked for him. One was Shorty, I don't know his last name, and the other was Aaron. They worked for Bronson too.
For the plant, the palms?
Yeah, and we sprayed the orange groves and
Okay.
did what we needed to do out there on Pleasant Hill. There was always something to do working on the sprinklers or.
Now, you mentioned back in the day, you used to buy, not usually buy, but use narcotics,
Yes.
right? And you mentioned it was cocaine. Where did you get that from?
My brother knew a guy. Someplace over was in Orlando. Bumby Avenue, does that sound right?
Mhm.
Bumby.
You know
And
where
it
the
was-
medical examiner is now?
Once
Zombie?
we had the money, we'd get some and then make it last through,
Like a weekend?
usually on the weekend, yeah.
Okay. Was that mostly into like a powder form or crack
Powder.
form? Powder. So you were a snorter?
Yeah.
Okay. But you said you've never seen this lady before.
No, sir.
You don't remember meeting her anywhere at all? By the way, that water is yours. Okay.
And she did the same things. She did cocaine and she used drugs. Could the connection been that?
No, because I lived out by SeaWorld. What's that? Off of Orangewood Boulevard. I think it was Montpelier or something when I lived with my brother and them. So that was prior to me coming to Kissimmee because I lived there when I first moved down here.
You lived in Orlando when you first moved down here, or Kissimmee?
Out by SeaWorld.
Out by Seaway.
Yeah. Well, there first, and then I went to my parents a little bit, and then I got my own place when I got a job.
Oh.
Oh, either you threw in you were using, or it could be AA, could be anything.
Well, it wasn't when we was snorting our cocaine because we lived in, like I said, out by SeaWorld. There's a bunch of allotments out there. It was like Montpelier, Green something.
Now,
It
so
was
let's,
more
for
or less a
instance, now,
retirement.
who was purchasing the narcotics? Was it you, your brother, or the other gentleman?
I think we all took turns.
Went to the same place?
Off of Raphael, yeah.
And after you purchased, where would you guys go?
Back to house.
Whose house?
The one we rented. There was three of us, my brother, me, and another guy.
Did you guys
He's
party with
passed.
anybody else?
No.
Any friends you guys are partying with, or just
Maybe a cousin or something would be over.
Right. Any girls coming over to party?
No.
Okay.
And you said you'd use on the weekends, and you'd get some, and it would last a week and to the weekends.
The weekend, yeah.
And so you moved from Orlando out of your brother's house, and then you live with your parents.
I believe I might have stayed there a little bit.
And then you
I-
get your own place.
Well, I think first I lived at Fountainhead with a couple other guys that were recovering people.
And you stop cold turkey, no more.
I relapsed a couple times, but it was with alcohol.
Okay. So you moved from Orlando to Kissimmee, and you completely stopped using cocaine?
Not a lot of people
It
can
was
do that.
recreational.
That's true too. It wasn't an everyday thing.
No.
Maybe that's the way you were able to do it. 'Cause I know that's hard. Very, very hard to do. Especially, even with the alcohol, it's very hard. So I commend you. I commend you. That's hard. A lot of people don't have that willpower.
Willpower won't do it.
Oh, well.
Huh?
Oh, well.
Step one, believing that I can't control my alcohol, that I'm powerless over it. If I don't pick it up, I'm not powerless. Step two, coming to believe that a power greater than myself can restore me to sanity, which is mind and body. Step three, believing in that higher power. Step four, making a fearless inventory. Fearless moral inventory. Step five, sharing it with a sponsor, another person. If you don't want to share it with your sponsor, you can share it with a priest or whatever. Step six, making a list of your defects of character. I can't remember them all by heart. 9 is making amends to those that you've faulted unless it'll hurt them or others. 10, taking a personal daily inventory. 11, I can't remember. And 12 is working with others.
So what's your defect?
Nowadays, probably anger. Mostly fear, which fear is anger torn. You turn fear into anger.
What are you afraid of?
Not a whole lot anymore.
Back in those days, what you were afraid of? It seems that you've been carrying this anger for a while.
That I wasn't liked. And I didn't like me because I wasn't a real nice person at the time.
Like, as in, like, girls didn't like you, or that you just weren't popular?
Or popular. If I drank, I was fun, and I'd buy drinks for people.
Yeah.
I know nowadays that isn't the definition of a friend, but
And when you weren't drinking or using, how were you then?
I was into my work heavily. Work defined me because I was good at what I did, and
So what made you angry? You said something made you angry, right? And
I said fear turned inwards, or anger is fear toward it turned inwards. I didn't like my life. Everything that happened. Okay, example. Thursday, we was leaving to go to a meeting. My garage door broke. I couldn't get in. At one time, I'd have been kicking and screaming. I said, let's go to the meeting. We'll deal with it when we come back. I got in a window in my house, called the garage door guy. He come, put new springs on it.
Oh, the spring broke.
Yeah, $379 later. And my response to that was, well, I'm not drinking. I had the money to pay for it.
Good point.
And it wasn't worth getting upset about. Little things would upset me, and I'd be like, God, why is this me?
And that takes a lot of time to develop that.
It's been 4 years. If you work the program, it'll work for you. You can't just go to meetings and say, I'm sober.
How would you cope with that back when you were younger?
Trying people please.
People please. And then so you get this anger built up. And like you said, back in the day, you'd be kicking and screaming. How would you manage that back in
Usually I get my ass beat by my parents.
Yeah. They have quite the temper.
I got it righteously. My real mom was 5'3", weighed 105 pounds. Check it out, cuss a sailor. And it wasn't wait till your dad gets home.
No.
It constituted 2 beatings.
Right.
One from her and one when I got home from giving her dad got home from giving my mom a bad time.
Right. No, that's the way it should be. Yeah, that's the way it should be still. Do you need to use the restroom or anything?
Not right at the moment.
Okay. If you do, just let us know.
All right.
All right. Like I said, the water is yours. All right. Well, getting back to this, you can't explain why your blood is on her. We can't explain why your blood is on her. And that's where the whole issue is going to lie. Because they're going to want to know, is there a reason? Because there's a reason for everything. But you're saying you don't remember this, anything, you never did this, you don't remember her.
I believe I would have remembered if I'd have done that. That's not something you're going to forget.
Oh,
I don't think you forgot.
I don't think so either. This, I think, has been haunting you. Well, let me put it this way. I know it would haunt me. It would definitely, because for me, like the detective here said earlier, you don't look like a full-blown killer. What I think you look like is a person that made a mistake. Big difference. Huge difference. We all make mistakes in life. Growing up, some are little, some are big. Right? And that's what I get from you. That's a vibe. I don't know you, but that's a vibe I get. This is a gentleman that made a mistake and has been living with this mistake for 30 something. That's a long time. A very, very long time. You didn't continue to make a mistake. You cleaned up your life from drugs, alcohol. You married a good woman. You worked hard. You're in your, how old are you now, 76?
I'll be 73 this week.
Right. Right. So you made amends. So that's why I said you look to me like a person that made a mistake. Because we checked you out. Except for, you're right, except for the maybe some tickets with law enforcement. You have no law enforcement connection. None. People who are hardcore.
And some DUIs.
Well,
Yeah.
it happens.
And back then,
Right. But you're not getting arrested for beating up your spouse. You're not getting arrested for robbing stores.
violent history.
You don't have any violent history. None. Because before you came here, we did our history on you. Okay? So we know a little bit about who we're dealing with. And I've been doing this a long time. I've interviewed hardcore killers that when they are talking about what they did, I can see in their eyes they are enjoying it. It's like a movie with them. They tell, and to me, you're definitely not that person. You know, I've also interviewed people that made mistakes. We all make mistakes in life. So, which person are you? Are you the hardcore killer or a person that made a mistake in his life and has been keeping this in for 30-something years? I give you all the prompts. I don't know if I could keep it in for 30-something years. I don't know. But I know for a fact you did. And that's to say something. So we got to figure this out.
You've battled that anger and fear the last 33 years from when this happened. Okay? And you've made amends in every other way and then corrected every other thing about your life. But we haven't made amends and fixed this. Okay? It's time that we can take care of this.
I don't have amends to make here. I don't know her. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. I got.
Now, you don't have to be sorry to us, but it's the problem is the blood. It's a huge problem.
Detectives start to ramp up the pressure on Stoller.
So, your blood was on her. Okay, I want you to fully understand the gravity of that, right? Your blood was found on her while she was just like this. Okay? And it's taken 33 years for us to get to that point, to identify whose blood that was, and that it is yours, your blood, okay? And up until this point, it's taken till right now for us to be able to charge somebody in this, okay? And this case has been presented to a judge, and a judge has deemed that it's enough for an arrest, okay? You understand that?
I hear you. Yes, sir.
You understand the gravity of that?
Yeah.
And like we've said, we're here to find out why and what happened. It's been 33 years. We have no idea what actually happened to her and what caused this. Okay, we know the reason and the cause of her death, but we don't know what happened beyond that. There's only one person that does.
I'm going to show you something, show our good faith. You may think in your mind, they may be bluffing me, right? I'm going to prove to you they're not bluffing you. You can read that. So what the detective just said, that's what's there. That's what we just got. Thank you. Come on, Gene, we need to know what happened.
I did do not know. I don't know how my blood is there. Didn't know the woman.
You may not know her. That might be true. But there was some type of connection there enough for your blood to end up on her.
Mhm.
What happened, June?
Sir,
I said, what happened, June?
I don't know anything, sir. I can't tell you what I don't know.
I appreciate that. Did you help moving her?
I don't know anything about her.
Well, Gene, that's where the problem lies. Your blood. I noticed you've been looking at the pictures, and they're pretty bad.
Yeah, I try not to look at it. When I walk over,
graphic.
when I look at it, it catches my eye.
Yeah, of course. I can show exactly where, on this photo, where your blood was located. It's right there on the right side of her shorts. Okay? We have those shorts with us. We've analyzed them, and it's been tested for the last 33 years. And it took us till right now to identify whose blood that is. And it's not just, it's a mixture of yours, hers, and yours separately on her. Okay? It's taken us this long to identify that blood. And then we had your DNA and collected it and compared it, and it was a match. 1.6 trillion. Gene, there's an explanation there. Just by you talking to us for the last hour, we know you're not a bad guy. And we know you've had some anger problems. Everybody has anger problems, right? We know you've battled and struggled with that, and you've been working on that. Was this just something that you made the mistake, you couldn't control yourself?
I didn't do it. I didn't know her. I can't tell you what I don't know.
Then how you explain your blood on her?
I can't.
You see where the problem is?
I understand you keep telling me my blood's there. I don't know how.
All right. Nobody's gonna believe you. They're gonna say, well, there is only certain ways for your blood to get on her. There is contact somehow between you and her. That's the only way it gets there. I've been racking my brain to say, how could this gentleman's blood be on her? And it boils down to one thing all the time. It was contact between the both of them. What that contact is, you have to fill that in. I can't fill it in for you. Because your blood just doesn't go out of you and get onto somebody. Right? Tells me you got hurt, you got injured, and you bled. That's the only way blood gets on somebody. The skin has to be cut. That's the only way. And that's where the whole issue that you're going to have. So you can say, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I was never there. They're going to go, okay, well, with blood, and these are experts are going to testify. The medical examiner is going to testify to how blood gets from one person to the next person. And there's only one way to do that. There is contact somehow. Where there is contact from place A or place B. There is contact. That's the only way. So that's what we're dealing with right now. And like the detective says, this has been presented to a judge. Judge signed an arrest warrant for you. So the judge is looking at the evidence and he has everything. They're not talking to us. He's looking at the evidence also. And he's going, okay, how do we know this is this gentleman's blood? This is his DNA. Where was his DNA? What DNA? Because there are different types of DNA. Blood. Okay? Where was the blood? On the victim. That's hard to dispute unless you come up with a logical answer. That's why I asked you, did you help move her? Could be, that's how you get it. I'm trying to think.
I didn't have anything to do with anything.
Okay. Then who had?
Sir?
Then who had that? If you didn't have nothing to do with anything, then who had something to do with it?
I know nothing about it. I didn't hurt her. I don't know who did.
And you're saying you don't know how your blood got on her.
Yes, sir, I'm saying that.
Okay. Nobody's gonna believe you.
Okay,
A jury's not gonna believe you.
okay.
A jury's gonna think he's saying, or through his attorney, he's gonna say A, B, and C. And they're gonna go, that's not plausible. It's not like she was wearing your shoes. She was wearing your socks. Okay? She may have stolen it. Okay? You may have thrown it out and she found it and put it on. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
I understand what you're saying. I've cleaned up a lot of shit in the last 4 years. I can't
I know,
clean up what I don't have anything to do with.
Okay.
Gene, I can see it weighing on you. I can see it in your eyes. And it's weighed on you for the entire time since it's happened. And I know in 2015, you had struggled with it. And can you go through and explain kind of what happened back then? So in 2015, at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, you were placing her a Baker Act.
Oh, yeah. My wife and I was arguing over her daughter. And I put my to my head and said, if it's gonna keep being like this, I don't care to be here. I set it back down, I left. I come back in to get the gun because I figured she'd do away with it. She did. I went to work. I went in the maintenance shop. I think it was a Sunday. They were closed. Don't ask me why, but you're not allowed to smoke in the building. I come outside to smoke. Sheriffs were there. She had found my car. She was in the parking lot too. They come and got me. They Baker acted me. Because I was upset over family life that her daughter always had to have her nose in it. And I was trying to explain to my wife how pissed off I was about it.
And I know some of the statements you made to those deputies.
Okay? I don't remember.
You said, I can't tell you what really happened because if I did, I wouldn't be going home. Was it because of this?
No. I just told you what that was about. Her daughter kept sticking her nose in our marriage.
And that's going to cause you to put it into your head.
That caused me to put it into my head because it was constant. It was either her way or no way. And the daughter's not even involved in her life anymore because she finally saw what the daughter was doing.
So based on that, you were willing to take your own life.
I was trying to explain to her how upset I was about the thing at the house. The daughter always interfering.
I understand. I get that. But you think that's
But I did not intend on shooting my,
why you put a gun to your head?
because I was trying to get her to see
That's-
how upset I was.
That's going like 1,000%.
There had been many, many arguments over it and she wouldn't listen. So I thought if I did something drastic, maybe she'd stop and listen.
Did she stop and listen?
Years later, after we got sober,
So right there and then, or shortly thereafter, that didn't change anything.
No, because I still drank. The wife drank. Nothing changed until almost 4 years ago when she damn near died.
Right. Well,
The
Donna
daughter
can,
sent her a message that said she was doing her homework for her step work, and the daughter called. She said, "I'm doing homework right now." Daughter texted her, said, "Let me know when you have time for me." For 2 frickin' years, the daughter hadn't gotten contact with her.
Mm.
And when she did, she said, "I have to go to counseling over this." And I said to Cindy, and well, she called. I said, "That was something really cool to your mom. When you know what she's battling with, you got to be the victim on it." Last time she's even come around was her mom's birthday last November.
Where does that daughter live?
Is it Ocoee or Oviedo
Okay,
if you
she
go out
lives in-
436?
So she lives here in Florida.
Yeah,
I know you mentioned one lives in New Jersey.
yeah, that's the son.
Okay.
So your work injury, where were you working when it happened?
In the maintenance shop, bending a piece of metal in a vise.
Which maintenance shop?
The main laundry for the Advent Health is behind Forest Lake Academy in Apopka.
Okay.
And he's not there anymore, but Marvin Bursky was the director at the time.
Okay. How long did you work there?
20 years.
Worked there 20 years. So and you just retired in December. So 2004 is about when you got hired there and started working there?
2003, I think.
Okay. And then at some point in your tenure of working there, this injury on your forehead?
Yeah, there's a workman's comp claim on it because I had to go get stitches.
Just here or on here too?
Here, this is from cancer taken out in last year, I believe. I got pictures of it on my phone because they cut it from here to here and cut the cancer out. They had to keep going deeper, and then they pinched it together and sewed it. I have pictures of that on my phone. But yeah, there's a workman's comp claim for that.
Okay. So before working there, you had no scarring?
No.
Any other scars or injuries you've suffered through the years?
Just operations. I had this hand redone, this hand redone, I had my shoulder redone.
Because she fought back when this was happening. She tried to have this stopped. And that there's evidence to say that.
You keep going back to that, and I know nothing about
Gene.
this.
This is what we're here for.
Okay, you can gene me all you want. I know nothing about it. My scars have nothing to do with it. This is documented, this is documented, this is documented, this is documented.
So how can
this is
we
documented.
explain how your blood ended up on her?
I don't know.
Do you understand, like, when they ask you, how do you explain that her blood, your blood, got on her, and your answer is, I don't know? What do you think they're gonna think?
I don't have an answer to that either.
They're gonna think you're not being honest. That's what they're gonna think. Because like I said before, there's only a couple ways your blood gets on her. And the only one way I can come up with is that there was some kind of contact. Had to be. Because it's blood. My blood's not gonna get on you, your blood's not gonna get on me unless we have close contact. We can be probably 5 feet away from each other. My blood's not gonna get on you. And your blood's not gonna get on me. Now, if we're fighting and we are close contact, that's different. And by saying, I don't know, there's one thing you say, well, I don't remember. That's different. People forget. I forget stuff. You'd be surprised what I forget.
I believe I would remember if I had something to do with that.
Well, I would hope so. But that's what we call in the business up close contact. Up and close. 17 stab wounds. That's close. It's not like you shot her or somebody shot her 17 times. Yeah, you can do it from 25 yards if you're a good shot. Okay? And that's not close. Her blood is not going to get on you. Now, if you shot her maybe 3 feet, yeah, then you have blowback. Right? But a knife, you got to get up close. Have to get up close. That's why butchers, they're all full of blood. Because they got to get up close to cut that animal. So, saying, I don't know, people are going to wonder. The judge is going to wonder. It's not like somebody else's DNA was on it. Only yours. Yours in a mixture with hers. Like this. So there's contact. Her blood, your blood, mixture, your blood by itself on her. But you still have that mixture. That's close contact. Right? Experts will tell you that. So this is where we are right now. And like I said, you don't look like a cold-blooded killer. You don't. Right? A guy that made a mistake, yeah, you don't make mistakes. So, when was the last time you ate?
Last night.
You must be hungry right now.
Not really. I'm afraid if I eat something, I'd throw up.
I can only offer. You understand?
I'm good. What I'd really like to do is call my wife.
Okay.
She's got to be worried of us.
Yeah, we'll give you that opportunity to call her before you leave here.
So what do you plan on telling your wife?
What you guys told me,
How do you think she's going to react?
probably won't believe it. I gotta have her call my sponsor. I gotta have her call my parents and make different arrangements for tomorrow. I guess I'm not going home. You said the judge says you can arrest me, so I imagine I'm not going home.
People are going to look at this and either picture you and create you as a monster or somebody that just made a mistake. Which way do you want to be perceived?
I don't know how I'm involved in this. I know you tell me there's blood there that's mine.
Yeah, because it's serious.
Yeah?
And we don't take it lightly. We don't. You didn't steal a bicycle. We don't care about that. Somebody's life was stolen. Can't get any worse than that. Can't. So, we're here to give you the opportunity to put our fears down. So right now you don't feel like having anything to eat? Okay. You'll let me know if you do? Okay. Do you have the DNA stuff in there? Show some. You may not believe us.
I don't just doubt you.
No, I don't take it personal, sir. Just showing it to you what we got. It's, like I said, I'm not here to lie to you or to con you or anything like that. I'm treating you the same way I want to be treated. And that's how I work.
The DNA profile obtained from this sample is approximately 1.9 trillion times likely that it originated from Julie Wilbanks and Gene Steller.
Remember, there's not even 1 trillion people in the world. A couple billion, but not trillions.
This DNA profile is approximately 1 in every 930 septillion individuals. There's never even been septillion amount of people on Earth.
So what that is telling you is, except for you, there's no one else in the world that blood could be. From the start of mankind. That goes back to Genesis. There haven't been that many people born, except for you. And that's why we're here. So go ahead.
This is your chance.
I was just about to say that.
This is the opportunity right now to finally lay out everything. Because your blood ended up here. And like he has said, your blood's not going to fall from the sky. It's not going to come out of your mouth like saliva. Something happened to cause your blood to end up on her, right here. Her right there. Okay? It was right here on her shorts. That's a fact.
Right.
Proven by evidence.
Right, and that's not going to change. That it will not change. So in your mind, so well, it could be an error. No, we had this tested several times. Especially when we checked you out, it was like, no, can't be him. But like I said before, there is a reason behind everything in life. Everything. Go to an intersection, you make a left turn instead of a right turn, and you know there's an accident when you make a right turn. There's a reason why.
This. And then it was a match with those numbers that I just read to you. Okay? This is how we got here.
And that wasn't cheap. Take it from me, it's not cheap.
So Gene, We know something happened. Okay? It's time to give yourself some closure for this.
Come on, Gene, get it off your shoulder. You can't get around this.
I can't tell you what I don't know.
Are you susceptible to blackouts, not remembering things?
Not since I quit drinking 4 years ago.
Now, when you were drinking, right? Did you ever black out?
Towards the end of my drinking after I got married, yes.
Okay, explain one incident.
Well, I fell in the garage and didn't remember till I saw where I cracked my head on a shelf I had out of tile. And then I come in and fell and hit the metal trash can and dented it. Didn't realize it.
Yeah, but you remembered those things afterwards, right? That you fell in the garage.
Yeah, I had to research it the next day because I had the gash in my head.
How you mean? How did you research it?
My wife come in and saw the blood on the thing, and
Oh, so she found you?
she found me on the kitchen floor, yeah.
Okay. But you had no recollection of anything that wasn't for your wife. You said you did the research.
Well, saw the blood on the tile. It was painted white. Saw the dent in the can that she told me I put there.
Mm-hmm.
There was blood on the floor from where my head was bleeding.
So you said some lies. It had to be you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Makes sense. Is there any instances where, let's say, you got home, you woke up the next day, you don't remember how you got home, you don't remember where you were?
There's times I've come home and not remembered what I did the night before, yes, when I had been drinking heavily.
Okay.
Any times where you would show up and have injuries that you can't even explain?
No, I knew where that come from.
Okay, what about before you met your wife? Been drinking with you and your brother, doing cocaine? Ever have any episodes, moments where the following day you're like, I don't know what happened, and you've got these injuries?
No, people usually tell me because I'd been drinking with friends or something.
Okay. Did you ever handle in with any prostitutes or anything like that?
No.
It was common in the area where you lived. And I know she would stay at the Budget Inn, and that's about 2 miles from where you used to live in Kissimmee. Never have any relationships with any prostitutes?
Well, when I lived in Orlando, I used to go to the Mousetrap.
The Mousetrap.
Yes.
It was, yeah.
Do you have any relationships with any girls at the strip club?
I'd get laid.
Yeah, that's a relationship.
Okay.
Okay.
Would never venture out to anybody that, may not be in a club and would offer services on the street?
No.
No. Did you ever do any work in McLaren Circle?
Did I do any work there?
Any partying?
No.
Did you ever get drugs from McLaren Circle?
I believe I did once and got picked up by the police.
Okay. Do you remember when?
No, offhand.
So you were in charge then?
No.
Okay.
What did you pick up? Like drug wise? What was it they tried to get?
Cocaine, I believe.
Okay. So there's some connections between her and you now. She's familiar with McLaren Circle. She was in McLaren Circle too. She did cocaine as well. Could something have came up between that? Could you have tried to buy something from her? Could you have used her services?
No, the person I bought from was a black guy.
Do you remember his name?
No.
I don't remember his name.
No, I was scared to death to go in there.
How many times you bought from that guy?
The night I got caught,
Just that one time?
Yeah.
What did you buy?
cocaine. Yeah, and then nothing happened. I picked him up, he got in the car, I come back, and he told me to take him back.
Okay. That's the only time? Hmm.
Think of a nickname that he went by or a street name or anything like that? No. Do you remember which agency police department it was?
Probably Osceola County Sheriff.
Sheriff's office.
Now, back in those days, did you ever try to, say, supplement your income by selling a little bit on the side?
No,
You just use it? And who again were you using with?
myself.
So all by yourself? Your brother wasn't there?
No, because we had moved from where we all lived together.
Mhm. It must have been nerve-wracking going to buy narcotics by yourself. That was pretty scary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Showed you the warrant. So just remember, you're gonna be charged with murder. That's serious. And there's no explanation. None. And that's where the problem is. Because not because somebody killed somebody else, I believe they should spend the rest of their lives in prison. Like, somebody hurts my little girl, I'm killing them. That's the way it is. So it's hard. They have something that's called justifiable homicide. Just like a police officer shoots and kills somebody, right? Whatever reason. Could be the guy could be shooting up a bank. And he gets there and he shoots and kills the robber. Save the people in the bank or the kids in the school. It's still a murder. What's called justifiable murder. The murder is the taking of somebody else's life, not by natural causes. So when you hear officers on the news shooting and killing somebody, that's a murder. That's a justifiable murder most of the time. So this could be it too. Who knows? But you're saying you don't remember. I can't force you to remember. If I could do that, I'd be a billionaire. I wouldn't be in this room. So, but out of three of us here, only you know. That's the only one. You're the only one that knows. The only thing that we know is that we can put you there. And that's all DNA. DNA is a wonderful thing. No matter what people say, I wasn't there, I don't know what you're talking about, all this kind of stuff, If I can put his DNA or her DNA there, nobody cares what they think. Your DNA is there. Your DNA doesn't walk around. I can capture somebody in a video camera. There may be somebody that looks like him. Could be his twin. And he's saying, that's not me. And maybe it's not him, maybe somebody that looks like him, depends on how clear the video is. But I say, well, no, we got his DNA. We got his blood DNA. There's different kinds of DNA. That's a hard one to get around. Make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't know.
We've had this blood sample since this happened. All it took was just technology to catch back up to us.
Yeah.
Because we had this evidence, it has been waiting around for 33 years to be identified.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, until just now, say 33 years. And since this year, some months to be able to identify it and get it tested and get us in the direction of you. And then we start looking into you. Okay, this guy's got no history, nothing, right? A couple DUIs, a drug charge, that's it. And then we do some surveillance on you, and we collect a sample of your DNA. Then we get it tested by the same lab that's tested these shorts and the blood that happened from this incident, and it's a match.
Yeah, it is a partial match.
You said what?
And they didn't say it was a partial match. The amount of match they're talking about is not that many humans ever born.
You heard the numbers.
Yeah.
Like, something happened between the two of you that resulted in your blood ending up on her. And the only person that's going to be able to give us what happened is you.
I can't give it to you.
Okay. Evidence doesn't lie.
Witnesses do. People will lie in court. People will lie to us constantly. All right? DNA doesn't lie. It's better than the fingerprint. You see, I'm pretty sure you watch all these shows on TV. Linked by DNA. Or even sometimes exonerated by DNA. Because back in these days here, DNA wasn't a thing. All they could tell you is, yep, that's human blood, or they may be able to tell you whether it's a male or a female. That's it. That's all they told you. Couldn't tell you what race. Nowadays, and back in those days, you needed a big sample, because I've been doing this a long time. I've been around in those days. I was around. You had to get a huge sample. Now you get DNA right now, top of a pin. That's all I need. Because they can expand it and make it bigger. Like in those days, there was nothing like that. So, as the detective says, science is catching up. You know? They have things, I don't know if you heard of it, AI. I can show you a picture of somebody and ask you real or fake. And you have no clue what it is. I did a test at one time, I thought it was real. It was a fake. That's how technology has. I mean, they're putting people in up to the International Space Center. They're not flying those rockets. They'll tell you I'm an astronaut. They're no astronaut. They're not flying. The computers are doing all that. GPS. Back in the day, you had to what? MapQuest. right? Print it out, and your wife would have to read it to you and you drive. Now you got it right on your phone. That's how technology has increased. And just like in this case, the same thing. Technology caught up. We just happened to be around when it caught up on this case. And it's going to be hard to say that the DNA is not yours because it's been tested
It's been compared.
and not only tested, compared. It was tested, it came back to you, then it was compared. Another sample compared is him. Didn't say anybody else. Didn't say a brother, didn't say a sister, a mother, an aunt, a family member. Didn't say that. Right to you.
Your saliva specifically is what matched us to this blood.
Because everybody's saliva is different. All three of us are different. Can't get away from that. I understand you say you don't know anything. I get that. That's why I asked you about the blackouts. Could this have happened and you just don't remember it happening?
I doubt it.
That's a question. Remember, you were a heavy drinker back then. You know, and I'm just trying to see what else can I say. Like I said, you don't look like a cold-blooded killer to me. Don't. There gotta be a reason why. Has to be a reason why. Your blood is there. You know, it's not like this happened in your house. Okay, now you can explain why your blood's there. Or you guys are having a relationship and then your blood is there. And then your blood is there. So, I'm not sure what else to tell you. You have anything to ask us?
Can I call my wife?
Yeah, we'll let you get it.
We will let you give her a call. I promise you, I give you my word, you will be able to call her. I can't tell you exactly when though, okay?
I'd love to get some kind of information to her to let her know where I'm at and what's going on.
We'll
And I gotta make arrangements to get my parents tomorrow to the doctor they will go to.
Where does your parents live?
Poinciana, well, actually Broadmoor.
Where is that? I don't know where that
It's
is.
a retirement village off of Poinciana, you know where McLean's is?
Yeah.
It's down past their first road to the,
Oh, okay.
there's a retirement village back in there.
This one's gonna be tough on them. It's gonna be very, very tough. Well, I need to get some water. I'm back.
What kind of vehicles did you like to drive?
We found what?
What kind of vehicles did you own? So you moved to Florida. Did you have trucks?
Well, I had a motorcycle when I come down and I bought a old beat up Buick Opel because I was working at Dixie Linen. I think it's called Aramark now. And every day I'd go home heading back to Kissimmee in frickin' rain on the motorcycle.
Yeah, it does rain down here quite often, probably a lot more than Illinois and Ohio.
I had a Nissan Sentra that's been lately. A couple of years ago, wife had a Rogue. It got totaled. We just bought that Kicks. Nissan Altima when the Rogue got canceled. I had a Dodge Ram, 2005 Dodge Ram. Sold that when gas went up.
You're pretty with it. For your age, you're pretty with it. I'm impressed. Because I've talked to a lot of people throughout this job, and, you know, when the older you get, right?
I'm going through that with my wife. That's why I'm worried about her.
Yeah.
She's got dementia.
Does she?
Or she doesn't remember a lot.
Yeah. You think it's starting?
Oh yeah, we know it is.
Yeah.
So I take care of her pills and get her to doctor's appointments and stuff. I manage her medical for her.
That's what every husband should do, you know? I've seen the emotions throughout this whole time by talking to us.
Okay.
Your emotions. I've seen it.
Gene, Sergeant Backer. I've been kind of listening in on the interview. And I just have some questions that I need answered for myself, okay? Because I've read the reports, I've read the genealogy. I kind of understand the science behind it, but I cannot understand, and what you have not been able to explain is how your blood is on this woman's shorts. This woman who was found stabbed to death right outside of this building back in 1991. And that's why I'm in here, because I need to figure out how that's possible.
I don't have an answer. I keep saying I don't have an answer.
So we can agree that you lived in Kissimmee in 1991, right?
Probably, yeah.
And I know for a fact that this woman lived in Kissimmee in 1991. You mentioned you had a cocaine problem back then.
Yeah.
This woman had a cocaine problem back then. You mentioned that you had some interactions with sex workers back then.
No.
Well,
Believe
you
I
said you got laid in a sex club.
Oh, Mousetrap up in Orlando.
Okay.
I dated some of the people that worked there. Well,
Well,
I went out with them.
you could technically call them
Okay.
sex workers then if they
All right.
provided you
The
services
answers.
for money.
Okay.
This woman was a sex worker. I don't know that she worked there. She more, as far as I know, worked the streets. But she also frequented areas like McLaren Circle, which you said you frequented.
No, I said I went once
Okay.
because I got stopped on the way out.
You went there with the intent to buy cocaine.
Yes, sir.
And she also used cocaine. You said you had an alcohol problem, right? That caused you to have blackouts?
I have blacked out drinking, yes.
And the fact that you cannot explain how your blood ended up on this woman's shorts, you don't think that could be because of your drug and alcohol use? That maybe you had some sort of blackout? Maybe you were with this woman one night?
When I blacked out, I was mostly at home and lived in Orlando, where I live now. There was a 10-year period where I didn't go to meetings, but I was sober because of my wife. because her first husband was an alcoholic.
Okay, but in 1991 you were not sober.
No, off and on.
In 1991 you were using drugs and alcohol at the same time.
I would imagine then, yes.
You would imagine?
Yeah, I drank, and I because I was going to NA and AA.
Is there a lot from that time period that you can't remember?
No, I can probably tell you where I worked and what I drove, and
But how about when you weren't at work and when you weren't driving, when you were out enjoying your weekend off or your nights, having some drinks, having some cocaine?
I very seldom drank out. It's too expensive to drink out. I drank at home. That's where we were drinking before we got sober, my wife and I, at home.
But you admit that you did drink and you used cocaine and you weren't always working.
Yeah.
So on those nights and weekends where you were not at work and you were drinking and you were using cocaine, how was your memory then? Can you remember every one of those nights? Can you remember the finite
Probably
details?
not, no.
So is it possible that you met up with this other cocaine user? Maybe you guys hung out together. Maybe it was just an acquaintance. Maybe she tried to sell you drugs. Maybe she tried to steal your drugs. And maybe something happened. Maybe there was an argument. Maybe there was a fight. Maybe she stabbed you first. But there's got to be a reason. There's got to be an explanation for how your blood ended up on her shorts.
I don't have a clue. The girl does not ring a bell. I'm sure I would remember that crap.
I would hope you'd remember it just because of how intense the situation probably played out. But this right here is your one opportunity to give your side of the story on how it played out and why it played out. But if you can't remember it, then it's going to have to go with how our report reads, which is that this lady was stabbed 17 times and then dumped on the side of a highway. And your blood and her blood are in a combined mixture on her shorts. The shorts she was wearing when she was stabbed 17 times and dumped on the side of a highway.
I don't have a side of the story.
Okay. Just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you had a side, to air it out.
I don't have a side of the story.
Because that, like I said, that's the story that we put forward to the judge. That's the story that the judge signed an arrest warrant on. That's the story that your parents are going to hear, that your wife is going to hear.
It's the story I'm going to tell them if I have the opportunity.
Which is what?
To make a phone call, let my wife know what's going on. He told me I would get to do that.
Oh, okay. I understand. So that's the story you're going to tell them, that your blood ended up on a murder victim's shorts, a murder victim who was stabbed 17 times and dumped on the side of the highway, and you can't provide any explanation of why.
That's what I will tell my wife, yes.
Okay.
It's the only story I have.
You know, there's a possibility that you'll spend the rest of your life in prison.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm figuring right now.
You seem very calm for a person who's being accused of a violent murder. Like, not shocked.
I don't know what to do. I'm scared as hell. I don't know. My insides are like this.
I
I
hear
do
you.
not know what to do.
I hear you're saying that, but that's not the reaction that I'm seeing. Your body language isn't showing that. Your body language is
How
speaking
am I
with
supposed
someone.
to be acting?
Well, I've seen people who are accused of things they didn't do, and it's a different reaction. Not all of them have the same reaction, but it's very different from the reaction that you're having now. The reaction that you're having now is one of content. Like, it finally caught up with you, and you've just given up, and you have nothing to say. Not surprised, not angry, not confused, just content.
No, I'm not content. I'm scared as hell, and I'm worried for my wife. You're telling me that I'm there. I'm telling you I wasn't. I don't know what to do. What good is it going to do me to kick and scream and cuss and carry on? I've learned to be a little better than that.
It won't do you any good, but that is the most common reaction for someone accused of something this violent when they know that they're innocent of it.
In my head, what I've learned to believe is this will work out the way God wants it to work out. That's the spirituality that I've learned through the AA program. Things take care of themselves. It doesn't do me any good to kick and scream. I'm about in frickin' tears because I don't know how this happened. We were on our way to the grocery store in a meeting this morning when I got pulled over, and I freaked when I saw how many people were there. I had no idea where I'm going.
You didn't say a word on the entire drive here.
No. Well, when I first got in the car, I asked the first sheriff what was going on, and he said that a detective would talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked me about country music and I think what I did where I worked. I told him when I retired, and I was very uncomfortable with the handcuffs and that. In the last trip here, you guys' cruiser is very tight, and I was trying to get catty-cornered so that they didn't hurt, but I'm just scared. I didn't know what to say.
And for someone who would have no idea of what's going on, that's typically not the reaction when they get stopped by the police, put in handcuffs, and then driven somewhere.
Okay, why would I think that these guys would be any different than the first one that told me I would find out when I got there a detective would talk to me?
Okay.
I didn't figure that these guys would be any different.
Even if that's the case, though, once you get here and the detectives lay out a homicide in front of you, lay out a warrant that shows that you're the one being charged with that homicide, lay out DNA evidence that says you were there when she was killed, and your reaction is just contentness. No shock, no awe, no disgust, no anger. All the human emotions that would go with a false allegation weren't there.
I guess I figure this has got to be a mistake. I don't know. I don't know how you want me to act. I don't know anything about this. I was shocked when you said, "Do you eat at Keller's?"
I saw your reaction, yeah.
I was like, wow. Because, yeah, we do a couple times a week go to Keller's.
Well, the one thing I can assure you is it's not a mistake. It's been double checked and triple checked. Which is why you're here now, being afforded the opportunity to give an explanation. But that time is running out because we do have to go back and do our paperwork, and you have to go off and get booked into the jail eventually.
I don't know what to tell you. The guy that was sitting there told me I don't act like a stone cold killer, and you tell me I'm not acting right.
I'm not saying you act like a stone cold killer either.
I don't know how I'm supposed to act.
I don't
I have
think-
never been in this position.
I don't think that when you made contact with this woman that you had the intent to kill her. I think something bad happened. I think she left you without a choice. That's what I think. Because I've looked up your history and I've looked up her history. And she was no angel.
Is it just too difficult to say out loud? Would it be easier to talk about it if I gave you a piece of paper to write what happened?
No, because I don't know what happened. I didn't know this woman.
You didn't have to know her. You just had to have contact with her. Because that's the only way that someone's blood gets on another person. I'm not saying you had a relationship with this woman. I'm not saying she was your friend. For all I know, she walked up to you on the street and tried to rob you one night. I don't know. I'm hoping you'll tell me. I'm hoping you're here to fill in the blanks.
I don't have anything to say. I can't say anything.
Okay. It's fine. We're gonna go finish up our paperwork. You're gonna end up going to the jail. You'll have a chance to make some phone calls. Call your wife.
Can I please call my wife from here to let her know? What time is it? Do you have any idea?
It is 2:15.
Can you let me make a phone call to my wife? You can sit in here and listen to me.
Our protocol is not to do that. You're afforded phone calls once you get booked into the jail.
She's 75 years old. She's got memory issues. I got to get somebody to take care of my parents. Tomorrow he's 93, she's 87. I got to get them
You
to the
provided us
doctor.
with her phone number, right?
Yes, sir.
We'll go ahead and make a phone call to her.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Stuller provides a DNA sample and begins talking with the officers.
What's running through your mind right now?
Oh, my wife.
How are you gonna make all of this make sense to her?
I'm just going to tell her what they tell me. I don't know. She won't believe it.
Wouldn't you want her to know the truth?
Yeah, and the truth is, I don't have a clue what's going on.
Rebecca's explained to you that the shorts that she's wearing right here, right? They have your blood on them.
They told me
Can you make that make sense? There's a thing about the truth that it usually makes sense.
that. Ma'am?
There's a thing about the truth that it usually makes sense. I'm just trying to understand how all of this led us to you.
I don't know.
Do you want that to be the story? Or the...
It's got to be because I don't know anything. I know the last 4 years of my life's been the best I've had.
Yeah.
Joined AA, very active in it, go to 8 to 11 meetings a week.
Mm-hmm.
I chair meetings. That's where we were going this morning, grocery store and the AA meeting. What was
That's
it,
nice.
Wednesday? Wednesday would be my 73rd birthday.
Wow.
That's when you start to say something.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just gonna say how my sergeant explained to you how demeanor can tell a lot about somebody, and whether or not they're telling the truth. It's something that we practice whenever we're studying to be detective and, courses that we take. So, like, if somebody were to say that I did something that I definitely did not, there would be, like, an outrageous reaction. Like, absolutely not, I did not do that. Like, it's something like that.
I've learned to be calm, and I don't know how it's supposed to act. He told me he didn't say anything in the car. When I got in the first car, I asked questions. He said, I can't answer them. Detective will talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't figure it'd be any different. Trust me, I wondered where in the hell I was headed.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw St. Cloud on the side of it, and I'm thinking, why there?
Yeah.
I haven't been to St. Cloud in a long time.
Well, now you've gotten those questions answered, right?
Yeah.
But now you're given the opportunity to tell us, what is this all about?
I don't have a clue what it's all about.
Okay. Do you have any kind of memory loss or anything like that right now?
No.
No? No dementia or anything like that? Okay. Because I know this was a long time ago.
My mind's good. I take care of my wife. She's the one she's 75. She has dementia. I take care of her doctors, her pills, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Who's going to take care of her now?
I don't have a clue.
Okay. You see the drawings on the wall right now at this point? Like, they've already shown you the warrant. They've shown you the evidence they've gained through the investigation. And you have no explanation as to why.
Okay.
I feel like you want to tell me what's going on and you're holding back.
I got nothing to say. I'm at a loss.
I'm surprised you're not more emotional than you are right now.
Trust me, inside I want to cry.
'Cause the repercussions of obviously something like this are pretty extreme, right? It's been 34 years since this occurred. Right? What have you been doing the last 34 years?
20 of it working for Advent Health. I
Okay.
retired back in December.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know what I've been doing.
Okay.
Working.
What about her?
He showed me these.
I know.
I don't know her. Don't think I've ever met her. I said possibly in an AA or an NA meeting because I was dealing with it back then.
Mm-hmm.
Just didn't take it serious.
But imagine all the things that she could have been doing the last 34 years that she didn't get an opportunity to do. Does that weigh heavy on you at all?
Is that what?
Does that weigh heavy on you?
No, because I didn't do this. I don't know how this is. I'm flabbergasted.
I understand that. You said your memory's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall that day where you were?
I don't know what day it was.
What is that day? September of 91, at some point.
I can't tell you what I was doing in September of 91 now.
And these pictures say a lot, right? You say a picture's worth 1,000 words.
I don't know what you want me to say. I have no answers.
I just want you to tell me the truth.
I have no answers. I don't know anything about this.
Is that the same thing that you're going to tell your wife when you speak to her? Is it?
I'm
This
going to
is
tell her
awesome.
what I'm here for and that I don't know.
Okay. So this is some conspiracy theory that we just created out of nowhere?
I don't know what it is. I feel like you're kind of.
Because I know you want to say something. You can't want this to be the end result of all of this. Wouldn't you want the truth to be told?
If I knew what happened, I'd want to tell the truth, yes.
Are you sure I can't offer anything to eat?
No.
Detectives take a break to let Stuller call his wife.
Hello?
Cindy,
Yeah.
I am in St. Cloud,
St. Cloud.
and I'm going to jail for a murder that they have my DNA on that happened 33 years ago.
What's that do, babe?
I don't know. They keep questioning me and telling me that I'm not telling them something, and I have nothing to tell them. Okay, you gotta call mom and dad and tell them to get somebody to take them tomorrow, because I'm gonna be in jail.
Yeah.
Call and let him know what happened.
Yeah. How do I get in touch with you again?
I don't know. I know I'm going to probably Osceola County Jail from here. I don't know. But I'm not coming home for a while.
Oh, babe. Okay.
I love you.
I love you too.
Okay, I did not take money out of the ATM, so there's $200 more in the checking account than looks like. I guess I'm gonna have to get a public defender. They're telling me there's no way that the DNA can be on that girl if I didn't do it. And honey, I didn't kill anybody.
I believe you, dear.
I love you so much. Please don't lose faith in me.
I absolutely will not lose faith in you. I love you.
They've been there.
No.
Yeah, they've been watching me for a while. They keep wanting me to tell them a story. The detectives keep saying, you're not a killer, we know your record. But I can't explain what happened. I've had two ladies now, 5 different people in here. Keep telling me, we know you want to tell us something. I'm like, I don't have anything to tell.
This was supposed to have happened when?
91, I guess.
I just don't understand how this crashing down now.
Yeah, well, I guess you're gonna have to let mom and dad know why I'm here, but can you go out tomorrow and take them to their doctor's appointment?
I can try.
Or at least call them and tell them they're gonna have to get somebody else, and tell them I'm in jail for something that happened 33 years ago that I didn't do.
I will do that.
All right, and I don't know when I'll be able to call you again. I'm using their phone. I don't have my phone, and I don't know his number by heart. You're also gonna have to let them know that I'm not gonna be there Wednesday to chair.
Yeah.
And you have a doctor's appointment Thursday over there off of Palm Springs.
Yeah. Don't worry about that stuff. I'll talk to John. Maybe he can help me out and all the rest of the stuff.
All right, well, he will be at happy hour tonight.
Okay.
And I don't know how you'll get a hold of me, how I can get a hold of you. I guess I'm going to jail. And worst case scenario, I'm gonna be in jail the rest of my life.
That's not happening. Not happening.
Well, I don't know. They're telling me there's nothing they can do if I don't tell them my side of the story, and I don't have my side of the story.
Yeah, and that's so far in the past. I can't.
I was honest about my drinking and drug use, and they said, well, maybe you blacked out. I'm like, I would remember that.
I would think.
All right, honey, I love you. I'm gonna let you go, and I'm so sorry. I was so surprised when we got pulled over, but they were evidently waiting for me. They've been watching me for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me call John and your phone.
All right. I love you. I'm so sorry. I love you to death.
Don't worry about it on my part, okay?
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, my God.
Investigators have more questions for Stoller.
There's a couple of pictures I also want to show you, okay? And just to see if you may recognize them, okay?
Do you have a name to go with it?
His name's George Hall.
Oh, no.
No.
I was thinking maybe it was one of the black guys I used to work with out at the Orange Groves, but they didn't work with anybody named George.
No. Used to call him P. Hall.
No, that would be Shorty or Aaron that I worked with. I don't even know if they're still alive. I don't know about that person. I gotta tell you, he's got a face that looks familiar, but I can't tell you where from or.
Okay. His name's Brian Brooks.
Yeah. No, sir.
No. Okay. His name's Ray Schutz.
Are they from Kissimmee?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, all these individuals are from Kissimmee. This guy's name is Thomas Charles Shelton. Does that sound familiar?
no, sir.
Okay. This is Alvin Shelton. None of these individuals are familiar at all.
No.
Well, those individuals had some kind of association with her and lived in the same areas as she did and you did as well, okay? And they were speak to originally when this happened about what happened. And your name only came up because of your blood. I gave you an opportunity to call your wife. I didn't have to do that. I could have made you wait until you got to the jail to do that, but I felt that that's something that I could give you right now. Okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You know, you said you still have your father, your mother that you need to make arrangements for.
She's gonna take care of that.
Yeah. So
She's gonna get a hold of my sponsor and let him know what's going on.
okay. And I gave you that. Is there anything that you can give us about this?
I don't have anything to give you, sir. The two women that were in here, she's looking at me saying, I know you want to tell the truth. I don't have any truth to tell.
You understand?
If I could do something to make it look better on me, I would.
I understand that. Like I said before, we're here for just the truth. We're not here to let you say something that's not true. We're here for the truth. Okay? And the issue we have here is your blood. That's going to be a huge issue to explain that. When you don't remember anything, you're not at all. So that's gonna be a big problem. I'm pretty sure you can understand that.
Think about the totality of everything that we've told you, right? What happened to her, how we got to you. What do you think should happen to the person that did this?
Pay for it.
What do you mean by pay for it?
Whatever the due process is.
I think you had some involvement in this, okay? I just think you can't say it. I think that you just cannot say it.
Just like we said before. Are you a cold-blooded murderer or a guy that made a mistake? That's what it boils down to.
I can't tell you what I don't know.
We get that. Imagine what this poor lady went through. Because that's vicious. I don't wish this on my worst enemy. And I got a couple of them. I wouldn't want to see this happen to anybody. But this poor lady endured this, went through this, and now she's no longer here, which is unfortunate. Because I believe that God has a place for each and every one of us. But God don't have this. This is not in His. Whenever everybody's born, okay, you're gonna die at 13. You're gonna have heart disease. You're gonna have that. I don't believe He had that in mind for anybody. And I'm pretty sure you can understand that.
What'd your wife say all about this?
She doesn't believe it.
You blame her?
Do I blame her for not believing it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is a big one.
I asked her to take my parents out or else go get my parents tomorrow or else call them.
Mm-hmm.
Let the group that I chair the Wednesday AA meeting for know that I can't be there. And to get a hold of my sponsor.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the sponsor's number and all that?
It's in my phone.
Okay.
Detectives make one last push to get Stuller to open up.
This is the whole case file of photos. We're just trying to get you to remember any kind of relationship, whether it be a 5-minute conversation you had with this lady, to a hookup, to you met at a party, hung out at a bar, some sort of explanation of how the two of you got close enough to where your DNA could end up on her.
Like we spoke before, that's a
I
big
don't
one.
have an explanation. I don't have an explanation.
That's an answer I cannot settle for, though, because...
It's the only one I have, sir.
But you understand,
You think if I didn't have an explanation, I would let you know? This is not looking good for me.
I think you're afraid to let me know the truth. And I think you're afraid to let me know because it would expose you to your wife and your mother and your father. It would expose the person who you were on that night back in 1991. And you don't want them to know that about you. That's what I think. Am I right?
My parents and my wife know I was not an angel before I got to where I don't drink at all anymore.
Okay.
We damn near got divorced over it. But what woke me up was her damn near dying. I was retired. I was home 24/7, 365. She quit drinking on a Sunday, had a hip operation on a Tuesday. Came home Thursday night, damn went into DTs. I drank so much, and I was home 24/7 that I didn't know she drank that much. That's what woke me up.
Well, you weren't home 24/7, okay? Because where would you go and get, you mentioned, unless we're talking about your second wife.
We're talking about my wife now.
Now, is
My
it your
first-
first or second wife?
This is my second wife. My first wife and I lasted a year.
Right.
And I was 20 years old.
So your wife right now knows about your past, your drug
Every bit of it.
your drugs and your alcohol use.
Every bit of it.
Now, she used to be an alcoholic, correct?
You're always an alcoholic. You're just sober.
Okay. But did she use any narcotics?
No.
Okay, just alcohol.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between they know about your drug history, they know about your alcoholism, and they know that you're a killer. There's a big difference there.
Mhm.
And what you're afraid of them finding out is that you're responsible for that. That's why you can't explain to me how your DNA got there. Because the explanation would result in you having to admit to your wife and to your mother and your father that beyond the drug and the alcohol use, that you also killed someone.
And like you said, I don't know how my blood got there. Nobody's going to believe that. Nobody's going to believe that. I don't think you're a bad person. That's why we're talking. There got to be a reason why your blood, and only your blood, got on her. You got to be a reason. And I believe only you know that reason. So, this is not going to go away. It's not. Right? Because and I know she didn't get killed here.
You're worried about them finding out. But that's not what you need to be worried about. They're gonna find
I've
out.
already told my wife, and she's telling my parents, she hasn't told them already why I'm here.
Right.
But your wife hasn't seen these pictures. She doesn't know. You told her that, well, I'm surmising, I'm in here for murder.
I'm in here because my DNA was on a woman that was
Right.
murdered 33 years ago.
Right. But she doesn't know about these pictures. She hasn't seen how horrific these pictures are. And she's going to see them.
Everything is gonna come out in trial.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Yep, 'cause they're gonna play all these pictures, they're gonna show all these pictures. So if she comes to the trial, she's gonna see them.
They probably won't have to wait that long because at 4 p.m. today, there's going to be a press release. And the news is probably going to pick up on the story, and then at 5 p.m., it's going to be all over. And there's going to be two options. We tell them the story that we have, which is that someone was brutally murdered and dumped in our city 33 years ago, and we caught the person who did it. Or there's more to the story.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be more to the story because I didn't do this.
Then who did?
I don't know.
Who did, and how did your DNA get on her?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I've sit here nicely. I've talked. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
Why don't you know it? Was it because you were...
Because I didn't do it.
Then how did your blood
I
get over
don't
here?
know.
That's her shorts. Your blood is on the shorts. There got to be a reason why your blood, and only your blood, is on her shorts. Nobody else's. And your blood, and what's even worse, your blood is in with her blood. So that's why when I spoke to you earlier, this is why I know there is some kind of close contact. It has to be. Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to cut yourself and all of a sudden throw your blood and it gets on her pants. It doesn't work that way.
Especially when you say you've never seen her before.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to make it make sense. That's it.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
So I can't make it make
So
sense. to you.
if it doesn't make sense to you, then you can understand why it doesn't make sense to us. Now, going back to 1991, were you ever contacted by the police about a case like this, about this case?
Did you recognize any of the photos that they showed you earlier? You didn't know any of those men?
No, sir.
Never heard their names?
I said one looked like he might have looked familiar. I didn't recognize the name. That was, I think, Brian. So. No, I did not know those people.
During that time period, you said you hung out with your stepbrother, was it? And your cousin?
No, that was when I first moved down here in 83 or 85. At that time, I lived in, I think it's Fountainhead Apartments.
In 91.
In 91. I'm supposing I lived in Kissimmee for a while. I lived some apartments. I lived in Kissimmee. I was buying a place in a trailer park. And I moved to Orlando and I lived in Chateau Orleans and Glen something.
So you don't remember specifically where you lived in the later half of 1991?
Specifically, no.
How about who you hung out with? Closest friends?
Bennett Butkus, who now lives in Kissimmee, or in Kentucky. He was a roommate of mine. Dell, I can't even think of his last name. He's not in this state anymore because we went to the meetings together because I was sober off and on. It wasn't until a few years ago, 4 years ago, this next month, that I started working the program, working the steps, got a sponsor.
How about-
I actually got sober.
How about when you were doing cocaine? Who'd you hang out with?
My brother, and we were all roommates when I first come down here. Other than that, if I did it by myself.
Are they still around?
Who?
Those two people.
Rick McAleese and my brother?
Mm-hmm.
Rick McAleese is dead. My brother's still here. He lives in Winter Park.
Did they ever bring women around?
No.
They didn't have a girlfriend?
They might have had a girlfriend. I didn't. As far as I know, Rick McAleese dated several. We lived over by SeaWorld when I first moved down here.
Did they ever bring girls over? I know you say you didn't have a girlfriend. Did they ever bring girls over?
They probably brought their girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
But you don't recognize this lady as maybe being one of the girls they brought over.
Oh, no. Christ, we lived in Orlando. You're telling me she's from here?
Mm-hmm.
You ever been robbed?
No.
Or had your drugs stolen from you?
No.
Their money stolen when you were trying to buy?
Yes.
Where'd that happen?
McLaren Circle.
Do you remember who you were buying from?
Some black guy.
How was he the one that stole your cash? The guy you're buying from?
Yeah. He reached the car and took it.
Do you remember?
Into your car and took it? Or
My car, yeah.
okay.
You remember about what year that was?
I don't have a clue. I'm going to say 89, 90, because I believe I started at Disney in their laundry at 89.
You say you only bought in the circle one time.
Yes, sir.
How about in Kissimmee in general? Just the one time.
And you got
Yeah,
popped.
got the shit scared out of me and got popped, yeah.
Why did you choose Kissimmee, the circle? Sorry.
Because it was well known that was a drug hangout.
And that time you lived where, in Kissimmee or Orlando?
Kissimmee.
You ever frequent any of the motels over there?
No.
Never?
No, I had my own apartment.
How about when you'd hook up with girls? You bring them back to your place, you go to theirs?
To my place. I wasn't real active.
But you did bring girls back to your place. Maybe one, two.
Somebody from the A meeting or something that I hooked up with.
Got you.
And you're saying that if you did know her, it would have been from one of the AA meetings?
AA or NA, yeah.
So is it possible then that you met her at one of these meetings and
I don't think so because she doesn't look familiar. And I can remember what certain girls look like that was there if they were eye-catching.
Yeah, she looks eye-catching.
So I say I probably would have remembered her if I'd have been with her.
what if she wasn't so eye-catching at the time?
What about
You know, what if she was drugged out?
Mm-hmm.
Rough.
I haven't seen people come into the AA and NA meetings that are, most of them when they get in there has been to treatment or something and they get some kind of presence about them. You don't see too many just drunks come in off the street into an AA meeting. And I've been to an NA meeting and 15, 20 years.
Going back to when you were buying drugs and you got robbed, did he fight you at all the time?
Took my money and took off and tried to get my car keys, and I was glad I kept a hold of him and I got the hell out.
Was it physical?
Huh?
Did you get roughed up at all? Physical?
He reached through the window, grabbed my money, tried to grab my keys. I stopped him from getting my keys. When he left, I started the car, I rolled the window up, and I got the hell out of McLaren Circle.
So you didn't get hurt?
I did not get hurt. Got scared out of me because Osceola County Sheriff pulled me over, searched my car,
What they find?
nothing.
So you really don't have any enemies then?
Not that I know of.
No reason for anyone to set you up for a murder you didn't commit?
No.
You don't remember ever getting into a fight with anybody where it got physical and you got hurt? So no way somebody would have gotten your DNA to plant if they wanted to.
And it's on her.
You see where I'm going with this? It just keeps pointing back to...
You're going in fucking circles and I
No,
don't have an answer
I'm
for
trying
you.
to come up with any plausible explanation for how your blood ended up on a person that you've never seen before.
And I keep telling you, I don't know.
I get that, but I've just ruled out every plausible explanation I can think of.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that I know's bald-faced wrong.
No, don't do that.
I don't know of anybody that would want to set me up.
So we're back to why is your blood on her shorts? And this is a woman that got murdered. And your blood, nobody else's besides her, is on her shorts. And that's where the big problem lies. She never tried robbing you, so you're defending yourself, and that's how you got hurt. And whatever happened, happened. You never seen her before, had no contact with her. So there gotta be a reason. The blood doesn't just show up like that. It has to be a reason why it's there.
I don't know the reason.
I know.
I don't have an answer. You can turn it all different ways. Keep asking me 30, 40 times. I don't have an answer.
I know that.
Okay.
But do you understand the issue that you're in?
Yeah, I'm being charged with a murder that I don't know anything about.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you're fully aware of what is being presented here. We presented our report to a judge who signed that there's probable cause for your arrest based on all the evidence, right?
Yes.
Your DNA on the victim of a murder.
Yes.
That's eventually going to go in front of a jury and a judge. And it's still going to be that same story. Only now, there's also you saying you have no plausible explanation for how it got there. How do you think that's going to play out in front of a jury?
I don't know. But I don't have a story or a plausible way to tell you what happened, how it got there. I don't.
The only thing I can say to you is, and I really mean this, good luck. And I really, really mean that. This can be hard on your family.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed.
You what?
A little disappointed. And it's not because you're sitting here telling me you don't know or can't give me a reasonable explanation. But like you said earlier, we've been watching you a long time. A long time. And in that time, I had several conversations with other detectives, and I said, this guy doesn't strike me as a cold-blooded killer. There's gotta be an explanation. I was so looking forward to this day that we finally get to bring you in and I get to hear your side of the story. And that's what I'm disappointed in, that you have no side of the story.
Right.
And now I'm left to deal with the evidence we have, which is you're just a cold-blooded killer. The end. Not the ending I was looking for. So I have nothing else for you. Your paperwork will be done shortly.
All right. Watch yourself there, sir.
Gene Stuller is arrested and charged with second-degree murder and disturbing a body. 2 days later, detectives bring in Stuller's brother Dan, hoping he can shed light on what happened and whether Gene ever confided in him.
So I know we spoke on the phone briefly, and that you kind of understand why we were talking about. You saw the time news.
And I know you were surprised that I was expecting your call.
Kind of. A little
Well, gentlemen, I know what you do for a living,
bit. Yeah.
and I know you look at every opportunity, and I know my name comes up with him on Mason-Dixon Circle, where we lived together for a couple of years or a year or so. So I know, okay, you knew, all right, we need to talk to this man.
Yeah. Pretty
And,
much.
and, you know, of course, my old roommate, and he was also there, Rick McAleese's name popped up. Unfortunately, Rick is deceased. I don't know if you knew that, but okay. So I figured you'd be calling,
Yeah.
and I do appreciate you leaving my parents.
Of course.
Breaking this news to them was crushing.
Yeah.
As a precaution, please read Dan his Miranda rights.
So I know you guys aren't biological brothers, brothers by marriage.
Correct.
When did you end up moving to Florida?
1980, September 1st, 1980.
Okay, were you guys' parents married by then, or did they meet here in Florida?
My mom and my dad, and he is my dad.
Yeah.
When I was 11.
Okay.
I moved here when I was 18. Of course, Gene, I do call my brother,
Yeah.
he was 21 and just getting out of the Army.
Okay.
He got out of the Army on an honorable discharge, but because of his mother dying, he was able to get out. So, and it wasn't long after that, when she died, that my mother met my dad. And this is what a great man he is. He married my mother with 5 children, and has raised us all as his own.
Yeah.
He's a wonderful man, and he's 93, and
Yeah.
you know, my mother is a very strong woman herself, raising 5 kids. I was 3-ish when my real father left us, and she raised us for those 7 years until she met this man.
That's a strong woman.
She is. So, anyways, just to give you a little backstory,
Yeah, absolutely.
and I have 4 sisters.
Mhm.
I'm sure you're aware of that. All right. I can tell you this right now. My sisters know absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And you picked the right person, because I do know him. I know him very well. We live together. I've seen things. But the thing about it is on this case, what's happening here, I am oblivious.
Okay.
And I will tell you why. I met a wonderful woman, got married, had 2 children with her, was with her for approximately 15 years, and then she died in 2001 of cancer. I raised my 2 children when they grew up and left, and then I met a wonderful woman who you met yesterday, who for some strange reason, adores me and married. And so, Gene would come in and out of my life during that time. So as far as, 1991, September, I can tell you exactly what I was going through, and I had no clue on any of that. But for example, August 5th, 1991, day that sticks out in my head, I put a human being out on fire on the corner of Bumby and Curry Ford in Orlando. I was all over the news. You can look it up. You'll find out that I was in the Orlando Sentinel, all 3 stations. And, I was called a hero, but the man lived for 21 days and died. When he died, I found out that he had full-blown AIDS. So, and that was about the time I would think of that this murder happened, which would be roughly about that time.
Yeah, late September.
Yeah, so I think it was September 21st is what I read, or 23rd, something like that. Anyways, that's when it was about that time when I found I had foot wounds, and I had to go through a year of testing, even though the odds were very light. All I did was touch the blanket to cover him up that these 2 women were trying to put him out with. And also, in October, that's when my son turned 1 year old. So anything else, I was oblivious to anything. And of course, like I said, Gene was in and out of my life through my whole marriage. He had his own problems, as you know, what he was going through. I would see him here, I would see him there. I would ask him how he's doing, and then when he was getting help, okay, great, I'm proud of you. And there was a few times where he got into trouble. He bailed himself out, but would call me in the middle of the night, can you come and pick me up? Which pissed my wife off. In the middle of the night, and I would go get him,
Definitely reasonable.
drop him off to his car. And are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't talk to me about his business and what he was doing. But I'm very proud of him for overcoming his demons, demons he had. First was the substance, and then the alcohol throughout the years has come back to haunt him. When he married his wife, now Cindy, when he got married, and of course he's in his 50s. I was very proud of him, and I told him it's about time. It's never too late to grow up, is what I told him on his wedding day. They've had their rough starts because they both had relapses, but in the last 4 years, they've really cleaned their lives up.
Yeah, it definitely does.
So, if you have any questions, I will answer them, but that's a brief summary. So.
Okay. Yeah, so obviously, you've known a little bit about this, and that this did happen right there, late September 1991. By then, you're married, and you have a child, almost 1 year old now. You guys were on and off living with each other. I know that he was, in and out of alcohol and cocaine at the time you guys lived in Orlando. Did anything at that point, what was the split? Was it when you found your wife?
It's when I met my wife, Denise. When I met her, she did not like cocaine at all. And I will give you a little brief thing on me. Being a young male in the early 80s, and it was everywhere. And being a young male and being heterosexual, if you had cocaine, you were getting laid.
Yeah.
And that's the way it was. And it was everywhere. And as you can tell, if you look at Miami and see all those buildings, it was all built on cocaine. So, it was everywhere. And when I met Denise, she did not like that. I really didn't care for it. But I also do not have an addiction problem. I don't drink. I did have one, which was cigarettes. I have since kicked that habit. And that's because of cancer. I had bladder cancer. Number one reason for bladder cancer is smoking. So,
When do you think you probably kicked, or when you finally stopped using cocaine?
When I met my wife, Denise, which would be 87. But I wasn't a regular user. It was okay if it was there, it was there.
Yeah. Did at that time, Gene and you were on and off living? I know you was living with you in Orlando, would come back to Kissimmee from time to time. Would you say that he had more of a problem with it then?
Oh, yeah, he had a very serious substance abuse.
Okay.
And I knew it, and I would tell Denise, I want you to stay away from it.
Mm.
That's the thing. I don't want you to be around it. And okay, I understand. Matter of fact, Gene is, he's gotten better, but he had a really bad OCD problem.
Mm.
And this is another reason why he didn't get married or with somebody throughout all this time. It was hard to live with him because of his cleanliness. I mean, he is, and he still is, but a clean freak.
Okay.
I mean, bad. Matter of fact, I had my kids torturing one time. He had canned goods in his garage, and they were all alphabetical order, 2 fingers apart, all in a row in line, and my kids couldn't believe it. And I went, "You want to mess with him?
Oh.
Mix them up."
Oh.
That's a trigger.
Yeah. Oh, I got a call at 8:30. What did you do to me? But he's gotten better.
Yeah.
But it was hard for a woman to be around him.
Yeah.
It was hard to live with him. When I was 17 years old in Ohio, my parents were moving from Virginia to Davenport, Iowa. And that was my senior year. I didn't want to go to Davenport, Iowa. I wanted to go back to Ohio where I was raised. So I lived with him. He was 27, had his own place. It was fine. But coming out of the bedrooms, going into the kitchen, shag carpet, there was a rake at each end. You had, when you walked through, had to go back through and make sure it was all one direction with the rake.
Oh.
This is how bad it was.
Wow.
If you went and got a drink of water, of course everyone drank tap water back then, and you drank out the glass, you put it in the sink. Why didn't you wash that glass?
Mm.
I mean, it was bad, and this is why no woman would live with him.
Was he big on numbers? Like, I know with OCD, sometimes people, they can only do something so many times. They have to chew X amount of times for this swallow. They have to drink a certain way. They have to do a certain amount of times for something. Was he big on that?
Well, let's put it this way: he has a very addictive personality, and it even was in his work. You know, he was an engineer, a mechanic, very good one. He had to have every tool available, whether he needed it or not, because you never know when you're going to need it. His toolbox was immaculate. His tools were perfect. Even in his garage, everything on the pegboard's outlined. You know, I used to go in and turn the hammer around and he'd get upset. I mean, being a little brother, it's what little brothers do.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Especially you know you're gonna get a kick out of it.
Yeah. I mean, he tortured me when I was young. I mean, and the thing about it was, I will give him this. You know, he boxed in the Army.
Okay.
I was 11. I lived in a house full of women.
Mm.
I'm gonna man you up, and he did teach me how to box.
Okay.
Sometimes he went to the extreme.
Yeah.
You know, you're leaving your jab out too long, and next thing I know, I'm waking up off the ground.
Mm.
I told you, don't leave your jab out. Of course, I'd go in the house crying.
Yeah.
After the second time, my dad comes out. He goes, "Now, hit somebody your own size, put on the gloves." My dad goes, "No." Next thing I know, he's in there spitting out blood in the sink next to me.
So, yeah, 10 years apart.
Yeah, almost exactly. My birthday. Today is his birthday.
Yeah, it was the 18th.
Mine was last Tuesday, or 8 days. 10 years, 8 days. So I mean, he's my big brother. I mean, I never had a brother, and I was happy to have him. And we brothers, things happen.
Of course, I'll get you brother. So I can understand exactly where you're coming from.
But if he had a problem and he needed my help, I'd be there to help him. But I didn't get a lot of calls, except, "Hey, can you pick me up from jail? I need a ride." Or, "Hey, I'm moving. Can you help me move?" Something like that. In 2004, my house was destroyed by Hurricane Charlie. I used his OCD in my advantage. We're packing everything out of the house and putting it in one of those things that are dropped off in your driveway, and you could put them in there.
Storage.
Storage, I can't think of the name of them. I rented when I got the last one in Orlando. They dropped it off, so now I'm taking everything out of a 3-bedroom
Mhm.
2-bath, garage house with it's just me and my 2 children. And Gene comes and he goes, "What do you need me to do?" I said, "I need you to put everything in there." He got everything in there because of his OCD. I mean, it was beautiful. But, he's deep down, this is what's killing me about this is he's a really good guy. And I don't understand. This has happened to him.
So
But I know you have other questions.
No, we'll sit and talk as long as we can. So he's got kind of like an OCD type of personality. Now, when things like you say you're teasing him and things are changing up in his life, not going the way that he's expecting them to, how do you think he reacted to that? Like, was there a lot of anger built with that? Like, maybe did you see anything where he would maybe go a little bit too far with getting upset by stuff like that?
He'd get upset, but he'd calm down. I mean,
Any like burst of emotions?
we all have our burst of anger and things. And he had it just like I did. But I don't say it would last, but he would be able to think it out and figure it out. He's very mechanical. I mean, he can look at machinery and figure out what's wrong very quickly. And that's why he got that from my dad. My dad is a mechanical genius and a building genius. As a matter of fact, he's 93 years old. He'll fall asleep in his chair. He's building in his head because he'll mumble while he's sleeping 7 3/4. And he has that. Of course, I never did. So.
Yeah. Okay. And so kind of going back to 1991, you guys are kind of at like a little bit of a separation, not really talking too much here and there when you need some help. You've got a wife, a kid now. Where is he living? Can you kind of remember where he was living at that time?
He was in Kissimmee at that time. I knew where he lived. I never went there, but I knew where he lived because he didn't live very far from where my parents lived at that time. He lived on the other side of that trailer park.
Okay.
When I would see him, he would talk about the people that lived around him who I didn't know. He thought I knew them. I mean, I was like, no, I don't know who you're talking about, but he would talk about them. I go over there and I sit and I have beers with this guy or I have beers with that guy. And, I took him over here because he's handicapped. I took him down to the grocery store to get groceries, and stuff like that. That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
And he would see the kids and I talk about them because my daughter was born in 93. And, I remember this vividly. I'm sorry, not vaguely, vividly. He had moved out of that trailer park and had moved somewhere behind what used to be the Kissimmee Mall, back behind there. And he came over at my parents and we were there with both kids. Of course, they're, 3 and 1 at that time. And he says, "I'd like you to come over and see my place." Okay. My wife said, okay. And so we went over to his apartment and he had a coffee table that was glass. And of course, my kids being around there, fingerprints all over the coffee table. So we stayed and talked for a little bit. And then my wife and I went out. And I told her, I says, he's up there right now with Windex cleaning those fingerprints off. And she goes, "No." I said, "I'll bet you he is." "No." He turned around and went back, knocked on the door. And he opens the door with paper towels and Windex. He goes, "Did you guys forget something?"
That's all right.
But, when he was around, he was very sociable. And I would always ask him, "How you doing?" "Well, I'm going to meetings. I'm doing this. I'm doing that." Then I knew he would have setbacks. And I was there at his lowest moment when he stopped the powder and graduated to crack. I got a phone call. "You need to go see your brother. Something's bad going on with him." And he always kept a beautiful house, had nice furniture, especially his bedroom set, which was all cherry oak or cherry wood, beautiful. And I went and knocked on the door of his apartment. He opened the door and I could see he was hurting. I said, "What's going on?" He invited me in. There was an old beat up couch, a folding chair, and a little black and white TV. That's all that was left in his apartment. He had sold everything. And that was like 88.
Okay.
And that's when he started to get help and started going to meetings and of course there were relapses and things like that. I know he went to rehab in Lakeland. I don't remember the exact year, but I was busy in this now, but I would hear from him every now and then. I'm doing good. I'm working the program. And then I would see him another time and I'm going, you're off the program. I could tell.
Yeah, you grew up with them, so you'd be able to see his change.
Notice the signs.
And I know you said you weren't as into heavy as he was, and there's a little bit of a history with how you guys living together and stuff like that. Would he kind of engage in prostitution with people, or I know he mentioned a strip club you guys would go to or anything like that?
I had gone to a couple of strip clubs with him and that, but as far as the prostitution, I have no clue what he did in his sex life. I've seen a few women that he would bring. I don't think they were prostitutes. Most likely he picked them up at a bar because they were both usually, intoxicated when they got there. But as far as prostitutions, well, I don't know. I don't know what he did in the Army. I don't know what he, did.
Yeah.
But knowing some of his older friends in Ohio that I got to know, I knew they were. So I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, because he used to always yell at me. He goes, I'm not good looking as you. I can't get women like you can.
So did he, I know you mentioned, back in those days, if you had cocaine, you could get laid pretty easily. Was he kind of using that for picking up women as well? Was he using cocaine to get them, or?
When he really started getting into the cocaine, I mean, there was a little bit when he lived with me. And to be honest with you, this is when it started.
Okay.
And after he left, it got worse. I have no idea what he was using it with and what using it for. And I know he got really bad into it. There were some bad things. And I met some people that he was hanging around. And that's when I go back and I tell him, I don't want you to ever go back and see him again. Because you could just tell these were not good people to be around. But, that eventually went away, especially when he graduated to crack. When he went to crack, it was a total different scene. He was out of his mind, but it was like 87 and into 88. But 88's when he was down to his lowest and he started getting help. So, he didn't come to my wedding because he was ashamed. He didn't come around a lot because he was ashamed.
Yeah.
And, and I understood that. It wasn't until like 94 when he was starting to, that's about when he got rid of the substance. The alcohol was a different story. It was around 94 because he kept having relapses. And the problem with him was, I'm not doing the cocaine anymore, but I can still drink. Well, you can't do that. And I would tell him that you can't do that. Well, he didn't understand because he would start drinking and the cocaine would come back. Then he was like, oh, because through this time he worked.
Yeah.
He worked and he did well. I mean, he did well at Disney until he had a couple relapses and he had to leave. And I will tell you one story. He's very, very strong-willed person. He loves dogs, always has, loves dogs. And he was living out in Claremont. And someone in their neighborhood had a Rottweiler, but it was always in the fence and would yell. Well, he went to somebody and was having some beers with the neighbor. And he was walking through the field, and that Rottweiler was out. Ran across the field, attacked him. He said he threw up his left arm. The Rottweiler grabbed a hold of it. Of course, the Rottweiler's trying to pull him down. And he told me, he says, I knew if I went down, I was dead. He says, Dan, I punched it in the head as hard as I could, and it would not let go. He said, so the only thing I could think of was this. He stuck his thumb in the Rottweiler's eye and killed it. He went back and he went to the neighbor the person on it says, I'm sorry, but I had to kill your Rottweiler. And he went home and the guy's yelling and screaming at him. He went home and while he was bandaging up, the police came. The guy called the cops on him and the cops were just like, hey, we understand.
Yeah.
And, but that neighbor kept harassing him about killing his dog and making threats.
Yeah.
Luckily his lease was up and he left that neighborhood. But, he thinks of things, something like that. So he did what he had to do to get that dog off of him.
Yeah.
So, and that's about it. I mean,
Okay.
I'm sorry I could give you more, but
No.
I wanted to tell you, and I'm being honest with you.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. I mean, I know you said that you kind of looked up and saw. Did you guys see it on the news at first, or?
My sister Shirley Lynch, she called me because Cindy called her.
Okay.
And I was driving down, coming from Kissimmee, down the I-4 Express, and she says, are you driving? And I went, yes.
Yeah, that sounds like something.
And she says, listen, Mom and Dad are fine, but call me when you're not driving. I got to tell you something. I pulled into work into the parking lot, called her, and she says, okay, are you sitting down? I said, yeah, I'm sitting in the air conditioning in my van. And she said, Gene has been arrested. And I went, what? And she goes, for a 1991 murder. And I just, oh my God. I says, does Mom and Dad know? And they went, no. And I went, gee, okay. How's Cindy? What happened? And she told me, they were going to an AA meeting in Orange County, which I understand, and brought him here.
Yeah.
And I just told her, we got to get to Mom and Dad before they find out or somebody knocks on their door or they see it on the news. Luckily, Monday is bingo night in their community. And they were at bingo, and we got there, and we waited till they came back for bingo and told them.
What was their reaction?
My mom was devastated. She just was shaking her head. My dad was a little bit calmer than I thought he would take it. I saw a tear in his eye, but he laid there and he was calm. And I said, Dad, are you okay? And he went, yeah. And and I hate to say this, this is just between us. This is off the record, please.
Yeah.
My dad was very disappointed with his addictions because my grandpa, Stellar, died very young, although he looked like an old man. He was an alcoholic, and he died in Gene's arms, which Gene took very badly. I only knew him for a couple of years. He kept saying to Gene when he would see him, you know what happened to your grandfather. Don't let this happen to you. So he was very disappointed in Gene. And he would say to me, at least I have one good son. And I've never told Gene that, but it hurts me. I get chills on my arm. But when I was saying goodbye to him Monday, he grabbed my arms and he squeezed tight. And he looked at me and I went, Dad, you don't have to say anything. And he gave me a big hug. And that was it. So he's just very disappointed that he's even in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Any parent would be.
Yeah. I mean, this is his only son.
Yeah. You said, so his kind of worst years was 87 to 94?
Yeah.
And that's when he was like relapsing pretty bad, so he's trying to keep clean, drinking, relapsing.
So 88 was the worst.
88 was the worst.
That's when the crack got involved.
Okay. You kind of knew him back then, you've seen him. How bad do you think it was for him? Like, how bad was he acting back then?
Well, that's my opinion. And
Your opinion then, yeah.
I mean, it was bad. It was bad. I mean, he was running with the wrong crowd. He was doing the wrong things.
What kind of things? Like,
I mean, selling.
okay.
He was this is just the powder. This is before, when the crack came back, the selling and stuff was gone. He was in a different world.
Yeah.
He was out of control because he could not stop with the crack. The crack was just elevated. But the crack thing, like I said, in '88, when I went there and saw what he did, that was really the end of the crack. And I know that for a fact. Because when he said he would relapse, you know, he goes, I had a relapse. I was drinking and somebody had some powder and this, I was like, okay. And he goes, I started getting back on the powder and I went, you didn't go back smoking? No. He goes, I didn't. He says, I've stopped. I don't want to go down that road again. And so I knew the powder was around.
Would he ever get so bad that he'd like black out and not even remember what he was doing?
No, not that I'm aware of. Because he used to, even when I was living with him, he drank a lot. There was times he would pass out, but he always would pass. This is strange, and this is part of his OCD. He would pass out in the shower, and the water would run all night. We wouldn't have any hot water in the morning. But he would pass down the shower, Gene, get up. And he would do that quite a few times, but that was usually on the alcohol. But for some reason, he would always end up in the shower. But he would just pass out. And he was like, yeah, I remember coming in here, but I don't think he had blackouts. But also during that period too, I didn't see him a lot. I didn't see him with the crack. You know, I just saw him when I found out that that's what he was doing. And basically he admitted it to me. So, and when he lost everything, because he sold everything.
Okay, yeah. So with that, so you know he's kind of in and out with the wrong people. He's kind of going really down kind of a dark path. And he starts selling everything in his apartment. Do you think it's more so for just to have some money to, you know, to get the substance, or do you think he's kind of starting to owe people money?
It was to get. Because he did something very devious to my wife and I. At the time we were living in this apartment, had a cousin staying with us on my side of the family. And while we were out or something one night, he got my cousin drunk, drinking with him. And my cousin kept the key to the apartment around his neck. That came up missing. And then all of a sudden, we were robbed. Okay, we called the police, we changed the locks, that stopped. Years later, many years later, when he was in his program, he was doing the 12 steps. One of the steps is a mission to your wrongdoing. He came back and he goes, I was insane at that time, and he handed my wife and I $300. And he goes, I remember stealing $300 from you. He says, that's all I can remember at that time. If it was more, and I said, Gene, if it was any more, take it as payment for your you're getting better. Of course, that didn't sit well with my wife, but you know, it was what it was. But that was 94, 95, something like that.
Yeah.
But and that happened in '88.
Okay. Did he ever kind of reach out, say, other than, you know, hey, can you pick me up from here? Like if he had just gotten in trouble, or like in a desperate time where he felt like he had like something bad had happened and he had nobody else to reach out to but you?
No. He knew Denise did not want me around him. He knew that. So he stayed away. Now I would run into him from time to time, and there'd be certain things that I would notice. I could tell when he was using. I could tell when he was, when he was drunk, and that. I would usually ask him, how are you? Oh, I'm good. That front that all addicts put up, And I would say to him, are you eating? Because he got thin. Oh, I'm just working a lot in that. Another excuse. And I would just say, okay, if you need to eat, give me a call. I'd be glad to feed you. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm all right. I'm good. And that would be it. So, because I would run into him from here or there, grocery store, there he was, something like that.
Okay. So he had some Army experience and stuff like that, kind of like a little bit of like a physical kind of fighter guy. Did he occasionally or typically keep a knife on him at all? Because I know a lot of people, they keep a knife in their pocket and stuff like that.
This is the United States.
Mhm.
He has guns, and I'm sure he has knives, and he always has.
Even back then?
Oh yeah. Of course, I know those were sold for what he was doing back then, but I know he has them now. You know, he's always had them. You know, but you know, I would say yeah, because you know, this is America, unfortunately.
And it makes sense. With
I'm
the
not a
past.
big gun person, by the way. I
Yeah.
do not believe in arming yourself. I do not believe in having weapons. My philosophy is a saying: the first man to raise his fist in anger is the first man to run out of ideas, and I believe that. And so I'm not saying I don't have a gun, but I don't go around flaunting it, and carrying it,
Nobody should.
and I try not
That's
to
the proper way to have it.
and I try not to let my anger take over.
Yeah.
Because we all have that in us.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I drive a lot, and every now and then, you know, there's an FU and, you know, traffic.
Yeah.
But I try to not do that and try to stay calm. And, you know, having raised 2 children and that, I try to keep my anger down, you know, especially, you know, after losing your wife, watching her die, and having to tell your children that their mother's dead. You know. But anyways, no, I mean, and I know he has guns now. So, yeah.
At any point, I know you said that you kind of came to his house back in '88 when he was really bad. He was starting to crack, and noticed he had no furnishing in the house, right? At any point, do you know after if he ever went homeless and was like couch hopping with different people in any areas?
No, what he did was he reached out, and because at that time I knew something bad was up, and I looked in the phone number and I wrote down Narcotics Anonymous, the number, and I looked up AA. Well, he already knew AA, and I went, you need also this. And I know he started going to Narcotics Anonymous, and he got his job back. Because because my dad was his boss. And it was another guy that worked with him that told him, you need to check him out. He's into some serious stuff. It was a guy named Jesse who's been dead for many, many, many years. And from what I understand, he wanted to cop so bad that his big toolbox with all the tools in it, he was trying to sell it to Jesse for $200. And Jesse told him, I will give you the $200, but I will not use them. When you give me back the $200, I will give it back to you. And after that incident, when Jesse said it, that's when my dad was calling me. And to be honest with you, when I first went in there, he was blotto. He was high. And also I saw the little pipe and everything. And matter of fact, I talked to him to give me that pipe and anything else he had. I said, you can't live like this. And he was embarrassed. And I took it and I threw it away. And he didn't ask for money or anything, but he was able to go back to work once he got sober. And he ended up, paying Jesse back. And he did go to, Narcotics Anonymous and to AA, but of course there's fallbacks. So he's worked his programs a long time. Okay.
Yeah. But so I know that back in, you said '88, he went and he started getting, Narcotics Anonymous, and from there, do you think when he would relapse, do you think he would relapse bad? Like it would cause a little bit of a bad spiral, worse than he normally would be? Or worse than you saw him back in '88?
No, the '88 was the worst.
That was the worst.
That was the rock bottom.
Okay, so when he would relapse, it was never getting lower than that, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of,
Sure.
and not that I could see.
Okay. When he was back in '88, when he was at that lowest, What lengths do you think he would have gone to for drugs? Like how far down do you really think? Do you personally believe he actually would have gone? When you saw him like
stealing.
Stealing?
Yeah, because he stole from us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you steal from family, do you think he'd do to strangers? Do you think he would ever do anything?
I don't know, maybe breaking into cars or stealing something out of somebody's garage that was left open, maybe. I don't know.
Do you think he'd ever rob somebody?
No.
You know, like
No, because I know he didn't have any weapons at that time. If he didn't have any furniture, he sold his guns. That was probably the first thing that went.
didn't have any knives either?
I don't think he had anything.
Um,
No, I don't think he had anything at that time. I think that was all gone. That was in pawn shops off of OBT. I think that was the first thing because that got the most money and the quickest way to get money. You know,
when he ran out of money and say he wasn't able to steal though, how would he get his drugs? He needs to fix, right?
sell his furniture cheap.
But if he ran out of furniture, right? You saw his house, he had nothing.
Well, the last thing was his toolbox.
So lost.
That $200 to Jesse, and I think that was to go cop. You know, and I think that's where it was.
Do you ever think he may have done on a loan system kind of with these guys that he was messing with, saying, you know, I'll owe you however much it was? And
If he did, he paid him back. He paid his debt. That's one thing I will say for Gene, even at his lowest, he did pay his bills. You know, you've heard of functioning alcoholics.
Mm-hmm.
He was a functioning drug addict to a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And even when his relapses, he always paid his bills.
At one point, you mentioned that he would say like he doesn't look as good as you, or I make that joke. And do you think he had struggles picking up women at any point? Was it maybe a self-confidence thing? How do you think that kind of?
No, he was very confident.
He was very confident. Then, did he have any struggles when it came to women?
Just keeping them.
Just keeping them?
Because living with him is tough. I mean, because of his cleanliness. And let me tell you that he had a woman one time, this is funny, come to his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
She searched his apartment to find women's clothing. He goes, no man ever keeps an apartment this clean. She was looking for evidence of a woman being there.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, that's how tough it is. And, and he would complain if you did not do it his way. Throw rug on there that had tassels.
Yep.
The tassels were moved. How can you walk past this without fixing it? That's how bad his OCD was. Now, like I said, he's better. So, but I don't, violence to women, I never saw that.
How about violence to men, anyone really?
Well, I saw him get into fights.
Fights, okay.
Yeah.
Where and how did that happen?
Well, that was when he was younger in these little small towns in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Every small town had, you got a reputation.
Okay.
You know how that, I don't know if you ever lived in a small town.
Oh, St. Cloud's.
Well, yeah, I remember how long have you been in St. Cloud?
For a very long time.
Okay, well, I remember St. Cloud in the 80s. And, it was very, very tough. It was, if you went into a certain bar, if you didn't have a gun, you were issued one,
Yeah.
I remember the Starlight. I remember the brass rail out in all those, So, as a matter of fact, I was in the brass rail the night it burnt, or not the brass rail, the Starlight the night it burnt down.
When he would get really drunk, would he start trying to pick fights with people?
He would get mouthy.
He'd get mouthy?
Yeah, he would get mouthy, but, that's a drunk.
Yeah.
That's a drunk.
But he would never actually fight them, though, or would he get to them?
Oh, if somebody was coming at him, yeah, he would defend himself.
Did he ever start it, though?
I can't say he never did.
Okay.
I can't say he never did.
Gotcha.
So,
You ever had any fights over the drugs, like when he was meeting with his people, as far as...
Not that I ever saw. I never saw any of that.
And it's like drunk and stupid. Has he ever, confessed to you about anything he's done or anything that's happened? Because, a lot of times they get really drunk, they call the person that's closest to them, and they just start admitting to things that you wake up in the middle of the night, you're like, what the hell are you calling me for?
No. Never.
It was only for help? They would never call you.
Only if you needed.
I just did something, or something ever happened.
No.
Oh.
Never.
Never.
He never did anything like that. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, that's I never saw it. I mean, there's a great heart in that man. And he tries to be a little buff so you don't see it, but it's there.
Gotcha.
But there is a great heart. And to harm somebody that way, that's the most shocking thing. I just don't see him doing that. And granted, I feel for the woman's family. I am deeply sorrowed that it happened, but I just don't see him doing something like that.
Yeah, and yours, brother, so
I just don't see it. I mean,
the evidence doesn't lie, though. That's it, though, you know.
well, don't know how it got there. I've run different scenarios.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's somehow it got there. And
You know, I don't know. I don't know.
We were hoping he would give us, an explanation as to how it could have possibly gotten there, but even he couldn't really do that. So that's where we get our confusion, right?
And I figured that's why you called me.
yeah, of course. Yeah, he had mentioned you throughout the interview. And of course, we're going to follow up on that. We talked to him for almost 5 hours, and you were brought up pretty often. So, of course, we're going to follow up with that.
He has told me sometime, he goes, I look up to my little brother. Because, the things that I've been through, raising 2 kids on my own. I didn't get remarried till they were old. My daughter was in college, and she's the youngest. That's when I met my wife, Marie. Of all things, jury duty. So, not with her, but with her son.
Wow.
Got called for a civil trial, got picked, and they broke for lunch. And I was walking out of the Orange County courthouse, and this 21-year-old kid came up to me and goes, "Hey, do you know where Magnolia Street is?" And I recognized him from my jury, and they went, "Yeah, we're walking towards it." He goes, "Oh, I know a guy. He works at a sub shop. I get a free sub." I said, "Well, do you mind if I walk with you? It's better than just sitting around for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Lunches are long in court. Someone to talk to." So we walked down to the sub shop. He went up to the counter and went, "Hey, is Mike here?" Or whoever it was. And I saw the woman behind the counter go, "No, he's off today." And the kid walked out to the sidewalk. I walked out to the sidewalk and I went, "You don't have any money, do you?" And he goes, "No." I said, "Come on, I'll buy you lunch." I ended up buying lunch for 4 days. One of the days he says to me, he says, he knew I was a widower and wasn't seeing anybody. He goes, "You should go out with my mom." And I said, "Sure, I'm not seeing anybody." He goes, "Well, not yet. She's not divorced from my dad." I was like, "Thanks a lot." But we kept in touch. He was a computer guy. He fixed my computer one time, and one time I picked him up from the bus stop. I went, "Man, you must have gone. I must have been at the end." He goes, "No, you're the third person I called." And at that time I met his sister, and I said, "Oh, your mom, or your brother must have hooked me up." And, "Oh, that would be great." And, like I said, after 2 years, I was at a Hard Rock in the 7th row watching a ZZ Top concert, and I get a text. "Hey, my sister and I have been talking about you, and my mom knows who you are, and she's not doing anything on New Year's Eve. Would you like to go?" I said, "I'm in a ZZ Top. I'll talk to you later." So on New Year's Eve, I was working, and I texted him, "So what's the story with your mom?" "Well, she isn't doing anything, and would be up to talking to you. Here's her number." I texted him back, "What's her name?" I want to see, "Is this Dave's mom?" Anyways, he gave me the number, and as I was leaving on that New Year's Eve, I texted her, I called her. She said yes, and we've been together ever since. So that's how I met. She told me, "You could have 4 noses and 20 fingers." She goes, "What you did for my son." She says, "You were a great guy." But anyways, guys, like I said, I can't think of anything else I could tell you to help you. I just don't know. And through those years, it's very sketchy. He didn't come around the family very much,
Mhm.
you know, because he was embarrassed. He didn't, you know, when we did see him, we treated him normally.
Did he interchange vehicles often around that time, or did he have something that he had maintained for a while?
He doesn't, he doesn't switch a lot of vehicles. Because of his mechanical nature, he would work on them and keep them up. I don't remember, really, I know the car that he has now, he bought. Not, this doesn't imply anything, but he bought cash because he's very good with his money. He always has been, except for during those periods, especially during the crack.
Do you remember what he was driving back then?
No, I couldn't tell you what he was driving.
Back in that time, did he have a car that he sold just to get money? 'Cause, I mean,
No, he always kept his car.
okay, so he never sold his car to get money then.
No, he never did because he had to get back and forth to work.
Do you remember at least like a make or anything as to what he used to drive around?
The last thing that I remember that he had an Isuzu pickup. This is before it got bad. And the reason why I remember the Isuzu, pickup was because it caught on fire in the parking lot where he worked at National Linen. And it was destroyed.
When was that?
Oh, that was 87.
He's got a scar on his face. Do you know how that scar got there?
Probably something to do with his job.
Do you know when he got that scar?
I don't know exactly when, but it could have been any time. Tell you something that I tease him about. This might have been when he got the scar. I just don't remember the scar at all. But he was hammering a piece of metal back into shape for something to fit on a piece of equipment. And he went to hit upward, and he missed and hit himself in the head with the hammer. So I would send him little things, proper use of a hammer, how to use, that. But that wasn't that long ago. That was about 5 years ago when he accidentally.
Back then, did he have that scar?
I don't know. If you have a picture, let me look at it. I can. But if you don't, that's all right.
Yeah, some of the pictures, I don't really have a good quality picture of it. I noticed it yesterday.
I just don't remember how he got that scar. If he had just something, well, because also he had a very bad acne problem. So I always remember, he had the pot marks on his face. So it's just never.
How much do you know about DNA?
Well, I know a lot about I watch a lot of detective shows. Yes, I'm sitting here now and I'm having 48-hour flashbacks.
Yeah.
I do enjoy watching that, and I believe in DNA. Yeah. And I understand it, and I understand the methods that it took this department to get his DNA, and I understand how it happened. And it was probably one of his cousins that did a 23andMe or something like that. And he comes into that gene pool. His name, and then you investigate. I understand that. So
this was a pretty egregious incident. She's almost mutilated, where something violent really did happen to her. And she had defensive wounds too, which could have been a cause of somehow his blood getting on her. So something happened with his blood to end up on her. And there's some correlation there. I don't exactly know what that correlation is. Do you have any information as to what it could possibly have been?
I have no clue. None. I do not know. I was in a total different world back then. I have no idea how it could have happened, what happened. My scenarios are knowing what I've read about her background.
Yeah, and she's no saint.
I know. None of us are.
Exactly.
But, because I did not know it was blood until just now. I didn't know if it was semen. I didn't know if it was, another form, skin, whatever it was. I had no idea until just now. So that's where my scenarios were going. Semen, well,
Yeah.
She did walk the streets from time to time, okay?
Exactly.
Shorts, could have been the same shorts for a couple days, hiked them some, Those are the scenarios I'm running, but, now you say blood, okay?
If I showed you a picture of her, would you think maybe you might be able to?
I saw pictures and also online. I had never seen what that woman before.
Would you ever go to the AA or NA meetings to support them?
I had a wife and children. I worked full-time job, long hours. I've had the times I worked 2 jobs. No, never seen that before. You dropped your phone.
Did you ever have a type that you was specifically attracted to?
Breathing.
Breathing? Okay, so really anything? Was he the type to just sleep with kind of anyone he could?
If he could pick him up at a bar, he could. He did have a couple of girlfriends. I mean, the first time I moved with him when I was 17 in Ohio, he had a girlfriend named Jody. That's all I can say. I don't know the last name. And that was pretty serious. But that ended shortly after I got there. And it was pretty much, she was just tired of his BS.
Would it be a surprise to you if you had found out back then he was, going with prostitutes or trading drugs for sexual favors at all? Would that have been an actual surprise?
Not if he was using. No, it wouldn't surprise me if he was using.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're using, you do a lot of stupid stuff. So.
Do you know if you frequented McLaren Circle at all?
I don't even know where McLaren Circle is.
So I kind of just want to bring back, so I have some crime scene photos, okay? And like you said, you're anticipating us kind of talking to you and you kind of understand how this goes. And I really want to kind of paint the picture as to what happened. So this is her. She was actually found 500 feet west of where this police department is right now.
Of course, the police department wasn't here back then. It was all kind of just field work.
Yeah, this was country.
Yep. But her body was just dumped there without a care in the world.
Is that how she was found face down? Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
So like I said, it was a struggle, right? She
Tried her
fought
hardest
back.
to survive.
And it was a pretty egregious incident. She was stabbed approximately 17 times, and she's got a gash on her neck and on her mouth as well. And his blood's found on her shorts in multiple locations. And just by this right here, you can tell you're not going to get that wound without.
Oh, I'm good. You can take these away.
Okay.
I have a weak stomach.
But like you're saying, she's trying to fight back, she's trying to survive, people don't want to die. Clearly, there's going to be defensive wounds, right? And it would make sense that, someone trying to stab someone 17 times, you might nick yourself or re-injure yourself at some point. Blood's mixed with blood. We just want to know why. But we can't get that answer for some reason.
I wish I don't have the answer. And I'm going to be honest with you, I do not have the answer. But if I did, I don't know if I could do it. But I don't have the answer. But this is something that I am totally disgusted by.
We all are.
As you can tell, I don't want to look at them. But I mean, I can't even look at surgery on television or anything like that. But this is horrible, and I'm so sorry that this happened to this girl. But I do not know. I do not know anything about this incident. I have never been spoken to by him about anything like this. So I don't even remember it in the news. Happening.
If you didn't live local, you may not have done so. Yeah. I know you're in Orlando at that time. So she's found like this, and all the evidence, it took just technology to catch back up to us with identifying him. And like you said, you kind of understand how the investigation goes, and it takes this long for it. This blood's found in her shorts, and it's processed for years. The profile is developed, It never got a match up until just now. And we compared his saliva to the blood, and that's what matched it. And there's an explanation somehow, somewhere, that his blood ended up on her. I don't know exactly, obviously, how that happened, but you're a smart guy, someone's blood just doesn't come out of them for no reason. So, and her wounds show that there was some kind of struggle, obviously. At that time, do you know if he ever got any injuries where you noticed he had stitches or anything?
Did not see him very often. I don't, in that time frame, like I said, I remember that time frame because of what happened to me and my son's birthday, and then it was around this time that I found out that he, was HIV positive and started going there. I remember this timeline, but I don't remember.
He was HIV positive, or you? I'm sorry.
No, the guy who I put out on fire had full-blown AIDS. So, and all I did was grab a blanket to cover him up after I hit him with a fire extinguisher. So, but we all, the two ladies and myself, all had to go get checked for a year. The odds were very slim because I know HIV does not respond well to the air. It's in the body, it cooks, and out of the, and the blood's out of into the air, it dies real fast.
Yes.
So, but I don't have any.
Never confined to you saying something bad happened. I made a mistake. I know he's relapsing, and those can be mistakes. Of course they are. Nothing that he was saying that I really up. Something bad happened.
The only person that I could think that possibly is an old sponsor of his, I don't even remember his name, that he got close to. And this is the one sponsor that really helped him out. I don't remember his name. I met him one time. And I couldn't tell you his name and that because it was just kind of like, hey, this is my sponsor. And I had heard that he really liked this guy. And I met him. And that was it. That one time I couldn't tell you his name. Maybe he confided in him. But Gene isn't a confider. I mean, if it's a funny story, he would tell me, or something like the Rottweiler. But of course, I also saw the injuries from the Rottweiler.
How close have you guys been as of recently?
Pretty, not super close. I mean, there's a birthday card sitting at his house now from me. I did see him 2 weeks ago at my parents' house. My wife and I were on our way to Tampa. So we stopped at my parents' house, and Cindy and him came and we visited. I hadn't seen them in about 4 months. I talked to him on the phone twice over other things because he was planning a trip to Ohio to show Cindy where he grew up and things like that. And also he wanted some questions about some family things on that side, his side of the family. And I just gave him advice. You can find all this information with property and cemetery plots and all that. And I says, you can find that out online, Gene.
Oh, yeah.
And I says,
online.
yeah. I says, you just Carrollton County, you can find all that out. And by the way, when I was 17 and went to go live with him, he was my legal guardian. We went to court. And he was my legal guardian until I turned 18 in April. This was November of 1979. So he was my legal guardian for that time till I turned 18. So, but you can look at Carrollton County records. It's in there that he did do that for me, so I could finish out high school. But like I said, there's a good guy in there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I could tell that there's been, just from the history back then to now, it seems like he's definitely has gotten a lot better, especially as of recently with, the hospitalization of his wife, and things definitely changed for the better.
AA saved their marriage.
Yeah.
AA saved their marriage.
If you have a couple extra photos, I know you said that you noticed a couple people here and there. when he was running with a different kind of crowd. I just want to see if you recognized any of these individuals.
I don't know, it's been so many years, I don't recognize. No. 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 No.
I don't know, these are just older photos, but it'd be a little silly to get a picture of them now since it was 30 years ago.
I just doesn't recognize. No. To be honest with you, this guy and this guy, I worked for Aramark Uniform Services for 30 years. I was going, is that it? Did I deliver uniforms to these guys? But no, because they kind of look familiar, but
This guy's name is Lauren Brian Brooks. That makes sense.
Okay, no.
This guy's name is George Hall.
no.
That's Alvin Shelton and Thomas Shelton. They all lived locally here in this area. We're all involved in the same kind of things that Jean was involved with. Same with her as well. They all had some kind of history with her. And
I don't ever remember their names even being brought up.
No.
No.
So it's you and Jean and Richard living together?
Rick, yeah.
Rick, yeah. Did he have kind of a different relationship with Rick, like more down substance abuse than you did?
No. If there was, at the time we were together, that Rick wasn't really, I mean, he participated.
Yeah.
And I participated, Jean participated, but it was, no, Rick was a very sharp person. Of course, Rick ended up moving and getting his life together, had a family just like, myself and that. And Rick and I, through the years, we're still close. And Rick did come, and this is another thing, 12-step program. This was 3 years ago. Rick spent many years in Iowa, and then he came and was living in Greenville, South Carolina. My wife and I and my stepdaughter went up and visited him. Then Rick and his wife came down, and we went over, which is very rare. I went over to bring Rick over to see Jean. And Jean was there with Rick and visiting, and it was great, and Jean was happy to see him. And Jean comes over and says, Rick, can we go out back for a minute? I want to talk to you in private. They went back for about 5 minutes. Rick came back in, and we talked for a little bit, then we left. We got back into the car. And Rick looks over at me and goes, do not pull out your credit card the whole time that we go out to dinner the rest of this trip. Jean confessed that he stole the rent money. Because he just gave me $800. Okay. It's part of the 12-step program.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, and I have this with Rick. Rick and I, because of my bladder cancer, I had a tumor right when the pandemic started. Had surgery, had the tumor removed, went through chemo and all that. And the next year, I was still smoking. Was it 2024? I had another tumor come back because I didn't stop smoking. Had to have another surgery, and after that one, my urologist said, you're now going to Moffitt over in Tampa because what they're doing with cancer is things that are going to be normal in 5 years. So then after the second tumor and tired of having things, Richard and the twins were not happy with me because that's where every surgery and everything went through. Having tired of that, I was talking with Rick on the phone, and we decided, let's together stop smoking together. And we said, okay, we picked a date, September 1st. He said, September 1st. I said, that's a Friday. I'll stop September 2nd. Well, before that date happened in August, he called me and he goes, guess what I found out today? And I says, what's that? He goes, I have lung cancer. We both stopped. He made it till April 19th, and that's when he died of lung cancer. And I still have not come back. So I'll never smoke again. So, but that was Rick. Rick was a great guy.
Gotcha. So real quick, right? So when you talked to Officer Dunn yesterday, you said on the phone that you want to tell your side of the story, right?
I said I would tell any story that you want me to tell. I would tell you what I know, as long as my parents are left out of it. This is the reason why I'm here. I do not want my parents, but they do not need it. They know nothing. If anybody knows anything, it would have been me.
Okay. So again, just the way it sounded on the phone yesterday was almost as if like you had actually witnessed it, and we were that's.
Oh, I'm sorry if I came across that way.
Okay.
I was,
and it was like almost as if you were there that night, like, and we're like, so that's why it's almost again. We went the whole 6 hours I think yesterday with Gene, and he mentioned you throughout this entire thing. The only thing he wouldn't say is why his blood was with her blood, right? And then he mentions you, and he mentions a friend that's dead, right? And you mentioned him as well. You were brought up multiple times throughout this. You brought up throughout the entire incident. And now you're kind of telling me you don't see him from 87 to 94. Throughout sporadically, you see him sporadically, right? But you don't know him well. That was a dark time of his life, and you didn't really know what he was doing, right?
I knew when he was relapsing.
You know when he's relapsing. Okay.
I knew where he worked.
Okay.
I knew where he lived. I didn't go there. I never went there. Because the times that I would see him was at my parents' house, where they lived on the other side of the trailer park.
Mm-hmm.
He would come, like I had a problem one time with the bumper of this Toyota truck. I need your help fixing this. He would come over there and help me fix it.
Okay. So would you meet him in Kissimmee during those years then?
No, only at my parents.
Only at your parents, they also live in Kissimmee though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would meet him there. Would you meet him anywhere else? Would you guys ever go out to Kissimmee anywhere?
Okay, one time.
Okay, one time, what?
One time, we were at my parents', he was there.
Okay.
And this is when bungee jumping was the big deal.
Okay.
He wanted to bungee jump. For some reason, he thought that it would be something for my dad. I tried to talk him out of it. We all went to this place on 192, not far from the entrance. There used to be a restaurant, a seafood restaurant right next to it, not very far from Xanadu, where the old Xanadu was. Or I don't even know if it's still there. And he bungee jumped. That's it.
That was the only time you had really
That's
spent
the
time
only
with
time
him
I
from
can think of.
basically 87 to 94. That's the only time you hang out with him?
Except at my parents' house.
Except at your parents' house. But you would never go out with him. You would never do things with him. At any point, would you ever use cocaine with him?
No, I did not do cocaine during those times.
During those times, okay. Because again, he mentions doing cocaine with you, and that's why.
That was before I met Denise. And I met Denise 86, 87 in that time frame. We were married in 89. We had our first child in 90. That never happened.
Okay. So then why would he almost make it sound like that then?
I don't know why he thinks that I did cocaine with him. I did not do cocaine with him. I stopped doing cocaine. I never really liked it. I did use it. Like I told you at the beginning of this, if you had cocaine, you got laid. And as a young man, yes. And if it was there, I would use it. I did not buy it.
Okay. So then would Gene buy it? And would you use that? Would you use Gene's supply?
If he brought it to the house at that time, yes.
Okay. And would you both use that in order to get laid?
Not at that time. Or if I wanted some, I would say, Gene, do you have some? I'm going out. Yeah, here, take it. You know. So, but I wouldn't buy it. He would give it to me. And if I didn't get it from him, if I was gonna buy it, I could buy it from work. I worked in the restaurant business. I was in the food and beverage industry. I'm sure you guys know, if you go to a town and you want drugs, you go to the kitchens, you'll find drugs. It was everywhere though.
So since you know Gene was getting his own supply, do you know where Gene was getting his supply from?
No.
No?
No.
Did he ever take you to get a supply?
No.
No?
No, I did see the people that he was dealing with to get the drugs
Okay, so you saw who he was buying drugs from though?
are breaking it down. I happened to walk in one time and saw it and saw
Where
the
was
guys
this at?
there. This in his apartment. No, this was off of Oak Ridge.
Okay,
This was off of Oak Ridge. This is before he went to Kissimmee.
okay.
This was off of Oak Ridge. And I went over to see him. And I knocked on the door. Who is it? It's Dan, it's your brother. Open up. And all I could hear him saying, it's cool, it's cool. I opened the door and there were some shady guys with guns. And there was a large amount of cocaine and they were breaking it up. And he kept saying, oh, it's my brother, it's okay, it's okay. And I stood and of course the door got shut behind me real quick. And I stood by the door and I went, Gene, when you have time, give me a call and talk to me. And he says, well, I said, come on, let's go outside. And all the guys went back to packaging it up. And I just told him, what the hell are you doing? This is some shady. Oh, I got it. It's okay. It's okay. They came here to break it down. I get some free shit from it. I says, no. Don't be doing this stuff. And of course, I tell Denise, don't you ever go back. That's why I never went back to his place where he lived. If I knew he was using, if I knew he was doing it, I never went back. I was done with that life. So, but there were times before Denise, I did cocaine with him. So,
Is this something that you think that he was capable of back then?
no, I don't see it. But then again, I don't know. Like you guys, I wish I could help. Or, like I said, I wish I could. I don't know if I could.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the only brother I've ever known, and I love him. But if he's guilty, he needs to do what happens.
We're just trying to find avenues here, a cold-blooded murderer, a serial killer, or something like, or did he just have some kind of altercation that was a mistake and it led to something that he couldn't control anymore?
I have no clue. This was shocking when I found out. It was shocking.
Do you think he would tell us the truth?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, this is serious business.
Obviously, yes.
This is tragic.
It's almost as bad as I can get.
Yeah,
There's nothing really worse than can be.
I mean, I couldn't, I can't speculate that.
Can't say.
I mean, but, of someone's mind, whether they did it or not, what they would say or what they wouldn't say, I have no clue.
I mean, you know him probably one of the best in the world that know him actually. Again, he was telling us that, there was times he would black out, not remember what happened, but, he does remember you being there on days. It's just, the way he makes it sound is like, if everything were to happen as we're saying, what if you were there that time, So now we have to wonder, what if
I
you were there,
understand,
right?
I understand, but I can assure you, no.
Because, especially she's dumped on the middle of a road, and it's probably a two-person job to...
If I got asked to move a body, you would have seen me in 1991, whether he's my brother or not. No. I think I've already given you an insight of who I am about weapons and anything like this. No.
So if he had asked you to help him clean the scene, if he asked you to help him kill her, if he had asked you to help move the body, let's say,
you would have heard, this department or another department would have heard from me then. If he would have asked.
that's your brother. That's someone you
No.
love deeply.
I
someone
don't
you care about.
and I hate to quote a movie, I don't mess with the big M. I do not do this. This is no. No. Now, right now, do I know that he did it? No. Do I suspect that he did it? There's a possibility. Do I think he has it in him? No, I do not. But evidence is evidence, and I do understand DNA evidence. But how his blood got there, I'm not a judge and jury. I do not know. I'm not here to judge him until it's gone through the system that we have. If it happens, that's on him. You know, but I know nothing about this. Nothing. I did not move this. No. I wouldn't be alive today if I had anything to do with this. My wife would have killed me.
I mean, that's understandable. Like, what if, he's coked out, you're coked out, you guys accidentally do
I
something,
did not do coke in 1991. I have made that clear to you. I stopped when I met my wife. I stopped because I was in love.
No relapses whatsoever?
No.
So it's just cold turkey stopped.
I was done with it. I told you earlier, I really never liked it that much. I was more of a weed guy. I liked smoking weed more than, I did not like speed. And that's what cocaine was.
Yeah.
I did not like speed at all. I am a mellow person. Weed, relax you.
Yes.
No. No, I would never, ever have anything to do with this. And I don't care who it was. No.
Did you ever see any tendencies with Gene? Ever have a lapse of judgment where he wanted to harm himself?
This thought has crossed my head. If he has done this, and he knows there's a possibility at his age and his medical condition, possibility. But I don't, that's my guess.
So in 2015, did you guys have a good relationship in 2015?
Yeah, I mean, cordial.
Did you ever know if he ever tried in any year,
No,
even his younger years, nowadays, anytime?
I never heard him mention anything.
Do you know if he ever has been bank active before?
No, I know he hasn't.
Okay, well, that's not true.
Is it really?
Okay, so 2015, him and Cynthia are at home, and he puts a gun to his head. They get into some kind of argument. She calls the police saying, Gene, my husband's put a gun to his head. He flees the house. They find him at work. Seminole County catches up with them. And he tells them, I can't tell you the truth as to what happened, because if I did, I wouldn't be. Goes to the hospital.
I never knew that. Okay.
Now, his side, he said that his stepdaughter had played a kind of a vital role in their relationship and was interjecting herself into their marriage. Do you know any of that's kind of
I
true?
knew that was very true.
Yeah.
I knew about his problems with Cindy's children. I knew there was a rift.
And he says that he was just trying to get her to listen to him. He never once wanted to kill himself. He has no recollection of ever saying that to these deputies as well. That kind of story doesn't kind of all makes a whole lot of sense. Like, you do something that drastic just to
But I do know during that time they were both drinking.
Which is correct, yes. They were both
I know they both were.
heavy involved in it. That's before they're kind of.
That's before Cindy got real sick, and that's when that changed. But I know there was a big rift with her children during those years, the daughter and the son, because something about power of attorney, and I heard about that. I don't ask questions. That's their business. But I didn't know about the Baker Act.
Yeah. But to us, obviously, that and a statement like that to them, sounds like there's something behind that, right? So
I don't know, maybe it was just to get her attention. I have no clue. Like I said, I've never heard that until just now. So, never heard about it.
It just sounds like something that's a pretty drastic step, you know?
No, like I said, I mean, we're not as close as we used to be, but we still talk and that, you know, he'll call me and I'll say, hey, what you up to and this and that, you know, because when he was retired, then he went back to work, you know, we talked about that. And then he's finally, I'm only doing a couple of days a week, you know. It's, you know, a call every 2-3 months, you know, if not a lot longer. That was our call. And seeing each other, family, that's it. You know, Mother's Day, you know, I go see my parents by myself at Christmas because I have a little trip with my sisters. So, but, because I don't, you know, they're my sisters, I love them, but I don't want to be around them. But that's family stuff.
Yeah, nothing involved in this.
Yeah.
Did Gene have a decent relationship with any of his sisters at all?
Yeah, my sister Cheryl, who's the second oldest, well, Gene's the oldest, and my second oldest sister, she's the one who kind of keeps us all together. She's a saint. She moved here in the late 90s from Virginia with her husband and daughter to take care of my parents because she's a nurse, just recently retired, and to make sure that their health is okay. The night that she was moving into the house that she lives now was the day that my wife, Denise, went down with cancer. And she was there, and she has been a saint to my children. She informs me what's going on with everything, and she talks to Cindy because, you know, Cindy's health. She talks to Gene because of Gene's health. You know, she's there. Matter of fact, my daughter calls her mom. And I had to tell my daughter, I says, I've heard you say that in front of me. I says, I don't take it personally. I understand. You know, my daughter was 5 when she got sick and 7 when she died. In those 2 years, she was in and out of the hospital. She doesn't remember her mother that much. And my sister Cheryl's been the closest thing to a mother to her. So my sister Cheryl's a saint. She kind of keeps us all together.
Have you talked to them since?
I talked to Cheryl. Oh yeah, Cheryl's the one who told me, and Cheryl went with me to tell my mom and dad.
What was their reaction?
My mom and dad?
Your sister Cheryl.
Disbelief. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
What the hell, you know?
Was Gene religious? Or did he pick it up midway through his life?
I think a lot of AA, because they use a lot of religious things in AA, has brought him back. But no, he had never been really religious. I mean, we were all raised Catholic, and we're in the big group of ex-Catholics.
Okay.
So, because none of us are very, very religious, but I think with the AA, because I noticed that he has been wearing a cross.
Yeah.
So I think with the AA and the prayers and what AA stands for, you know, I think that's where he's found some solace in religion.
Do you have anything else that you can think of at all about possibly this entire investigation or Gene, or anything else you can think of?
I cannot think of anything else. I mean, I've told you what I can.
Okay.
I mean, I know it isn't any help, but maybe give you a little insight.
Yeah.
But
Well, the information that you did is give us a little bit more peace of mind exactly as to a little bit more about Gene. He talked here and there about almost everything, but didn't go into as much detail as you did about his life back then, which would play a little bit more into some of the, you know, what she was doing at the time, what he was doing at the time.
I know during this time he was getting himself trying to work the programs.
Yeah.
And he did that for many, many years. Many, many years. But I know the NA helped him a lot because that sponsor was his NA sponsor. I can't remember his name. He's the one that was his NA sponsor. And I know he helped him a lot with that, but it was the alcohol that he had a hard time. And it was kept going back. And of course, the powder would come back in. But I know he never did the crack again.
If there was a direction for us, do you think, to talk to somebody next, who do you think that should be?
You know, the only people that he would bring up throughout all this time as friends were people in AA recently, which I have no clue. I've never met any of them.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell you their names. And the people that he worked with, he would mention their names. Because I can tell you, for the longest time, it was work, home, with Cindy in the house they live in, you know, over in the Apopka area. I call it Mainland, but anyways. And for the longest time, it was work, home, drink at night, you know, get blotto, get up the next morning, go back to work, or the next evening, whether what shift he was working.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I went over there one time, and they were both drunk, and I don't want any part of this. And to be honest with you, after that, the next time I went was when Rick was in town. That's the last time I've been to their home. So don't associate like that. One day he did come to our apartment, our condo, and he put in a new, our microwave over our stove, wall mount, was broken. I was trying to do it. Of course, I was just going in circles. So I called him, and him and Cindy came over, and he did it, mounted it up there, got it taken care of, and I took him to dinner. I'll pay for dinner. Take him to a nice restaurant. I was going to take him to a real nice restaurant, but they just wanted to go to, which is not a bad restaurant, but they just wanted to go to the place, the Cheesecake Factory.
Do you know if Gene ever struggled with like STDs or anything?
Did what?
Did Gene ever struggle with STDs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never had any medical problems like that? Just...
Nothing that I knew of. All I know is he's had many surgeries throughout the years, and I used to tease him because I know he had carpal tunnel because he gave his guitar to my daughter. I know he had surgery on his brain. I know he struggled with prostate. And this was all like 1, 2, 3, and 4, you know, a couple of things. I used to tease with him. You know, what do you do? Go to the doctor and they put you on a roulette. Wherever it stops, they're going to operate and things like that. And when he had the aneurysm, I teased him. I told him, you know, Billy Preston said nothing from nothing leaves nothing. So why do you need brain surgery? You know, being a smart ass little brother, you know. But,
So you said at some point he is selling here and there.
Yeah, he was.
How heavily do you think he was involved? Like, how long of a time do you think he was starting to sell?
It was about a year.
Yeah.
And that was in Orlando area off of the Oak Ridge and Orange Blossom Trail area.
And was he selling like large amounts or just kind of dime bags?
Grams, 8 balls,
Just cocaine?
just cocaine.
So it wasn't doing any major?
That was it.
And he didn't get into the crack until he kind of moved to Kissimmee?
No, he got into the crack before he moved to Kissimmee.
Mm-hmm.
And he was off the crack by the time he got to Kissimmee. So when he bottomed out, you know, like I said, it was like 88.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it stopped. Because it was before Denise and I got married, because we got married in 89. Matter of fact, April 15th, 1989. So yeah, he bottomed out, and I know the crack was over. So, because that's when he started going to different NAs and well, first it was AA.
Did he ever reach out to you saying that he had just gotten robbed or anything like that? Like that somebody had done something, attacked him, or had stolen from him?
We know you talked about him, you know, he would defend himself. You ever say he was attacked by anybody?
No. This was even before the cocaine and stuff. He was attacked twice on the trail. He was stabbed at the Tam Tam restaurant. I don't know if you ever know that place. It was a breakfast place that stayed open 24 hours a night, and it wasn't a great place, but it had great breakfast in the 80s. This is before really the cocaine thing. He got into an argument with the waitress over his Sunnyside eggs. Happened that the girl waitress's boyfriend was sitting next to him at the counter. They got into a little bit of scuffle, and the guy stabbed him in the shoulder. Years later, this is right when he was living with Rick and I, and it was just, the cocaine thing was just starting. He had a friend from Ohio come down and visit. They were going to the strip bars down on Orange Blossom Trail. They came out of a strip bar. They were jumped by 8 guys trying to rob them. Both of them beat the hell out of the 8 guys and had them on the ground when the police came. And then Gene realized after the police came that one of them stabbed him under the arm and his lung had just collapsed. And he went to the hospital. That's the only 2 times I can tell you that he was ever attacked. And that had nothing to do with drugs.
Okay, so he was stabbed two times before then?
He's been bitten twice by poisonous snakes. He shot himself in the hand, and he's been stabbed twice, and he's killed a Rottweiler. Yeah, he's playing on different knots.
Yeah.
He used to have, this was right before I moved in with him when I was 17 in Ohio. He had a little 22 Derringer, and he was cleaning it. And he went to snap it, and he shot himself through the hand. And when he would mess with me, he would always say, I shot myself. I wouldn't think twice about shooting you, just to mess with me.
Yeah, did he ever threaten to kill anybody?
Not that I'm aware of. No. Other than him and I playing around, but I knew it was playing around, I would sit there, I'm gonna kill you, I'll kill you. But that was playing around.
Do you know if he got in any relationships, like kind of stronger relationships, like boyfriend, girlfriend kind of thing when he was in Kissimmee? I know he was married in the 70s and he just reached Cynthia in 2000.
Yeah, like I said, he was married. I always call that a blump, but he was married to Phyllis. After Phyllis, there was a couple girlfriends in Ohio, like the one, I can't remember her name. That was the longest relationship that he had. That was about 1.5 years. And when I moved in with him, it was done. He was done with her and she was done with him. Over what, I don't know. And there was a couple little relationships here and there, but they were nothing long lasting. A month or 2, because like I said, he was very hard to live with. And I know it from experience. So if they were there, it was no longer than 2 months. In Kissimmee, I never seen him with a woman when he was in Kissimmee. I never seen him with a woman until Cindy, really.
What about with a man? Anything like that?
No, he was very heterosexual. And if he was, that's his business. I don't give a damn.
Okay. So, there's some kind of involvement. We're not entirely sure. She ends up dead in a brutal way, and his blood ends up on her. There's some kind of correlation, some kind of connection, and we're just trying to figure out what that was.
I understand. And like I said, the only reason why I came here to talk to you, and I guess tell my side, which is what everybody had said, which I was a little stunned at work when you called. But I knew I was going to eventually get a call. But I was surprised it was so quickly. But anyways, it is what it is. You're following every lead you get, and he mentions my name.
Yes.
That's a job.
I understand. I know what your job is, and I understand the questions you ask me, and I understand, and I hope you understand. I am telling you nothing but the truth. I am willing to take a lie detector, whatever it takes. But no, I told you what I know. And as far as what Gene was doing, those times I was involved in my own life a lot.
Yeah.
So
What kind of involvement do you think he could have played in this? Because somehow his blood ends up on her.
I don't, if he didn't do it, he knows who did. I mean, that's my speculation.
Mm-hmm.
Because if his blood's on her, his DNA,
Yeah.
that's the only two things I can think of.
Yeah.
That's the only two things.
Okay, let's see. If he knows who did it, say he was there for them at least, do you think he would have helped get rid of the body if he thought he was going to get in trouble?
I do not know. I do not know what his mindset during those years were. I do not know anything like that. I can't speculate on that. I don't want to speculate on it.
You ever talk about St. Cloud?
What's that?
Did he ever talk about St. Cloud?
No. I know in the early 80s, as far as going out drinking, I had been with him at this brass rail in the Starlight, but that was when he first came here because he liked to go to those type of bars. And that's why we went there. And I knew of those bars because of a friend of mine who lived in Kissimmee. And I would go out to these bars as a young man before he moved here. So, like I said, I've lived in Central Florida for coming up on 45 years. I've seen this place change.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
I want to move to Olympia, Washington, where my daughter lives. I went there for the first time in March. I'm tired of the heat.
There was one thing I was trying to mention. Do you think that for any particular reason, like, would he tell us the truth? Do you think that or would you think he would completely just deny every involvement of it? Because obviously, blood's blood. There's technology that can connect his blood and him to it.
I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. I don't want to speculate. You know, like I said, this is in our legal system now.
Yeah.
And whatever the decision is, it is what it is. I don't want to speculate on what he thinks in his mind because I don't have a clue.
And he's pretty put together. I mean, he remembered everything before 1991 and everything after, and things in between. But this is a complete blur to him. And his statements were, "I don't know how it's possible." I mean, there's some reason behind it, you know, but he wouldn't come off of it.
I don't know. I have no idea. Like I said, I wasn't around him that much and into his personal business, things like that.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. So I'm Sergeant Backer. I'm the sergeant over the detective unit.
Okay, Sergeant. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Unfortunately, under these circumstances.
Yeah, a little awkward, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I've been listening in.
I know.
I heard that they talked to you yesterday on the phone, and it was kind of presented to me as you may have knowledge of what happened back in 1991. And that made a lot of sense because in the hours that we talked to Gene, your name came up quite often, along with some other friend who's now deceased.
Rick Mackley's.
Yes, there you go. And it was quite clear that if he was ever going to confide in anyone or ask anyone for help, that it was going to be one of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly don't believe that he could have pulled this off on his own, which means he had help. Whether it was mental help after it happened.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Sure.
I know you heard me say this before. I'm going to look you right in the eye. No, I had nothing to do with any of this. I did not help him. I would never help anybody, including my brother. I would never, ever, ever do this. I have nothing to do with harming somebody, especially in this way. And if I would have been asked, this wouldn't be 33 years later.
Understandable. But this is your brother.
Now, I understand that too. And there's only so far that goes. There's only so far. And this is too far. If I had anything to do with it, or if I knew he had anything to do with it, I would never, ever do that again. And as a matter of fact, I'm getting very insulted that this is even coming up about me, about helping him. I understand you have to do this, but I've already said it before, and I understand you have to do this, but it is really making me upset.
I understand that.
I would.
But here's why I'm doing
never.
it, because I have a concern, because I've seen how these play out. He's eventually going to get an attorney, probably a public defender or whatnot. Then there's going to be a state prosecutor assigned. And then there's going to be oftentimes some sort of a deal offer. And in that deal, they're going to make him provide the full story, start to finish, every little detail. And my concern is, your name came up while we talked to him in our interview. What is your name going to come up as when he talks in his confession? Is your name going to come up?
It will not.
Not even as a cry out witness, not even as a confided in you because he couldn't deal with the stress of it.
No, he has never confided to me in this. He is not a confidable person anyways. Something strange or, funny happens, yeah. He'll confide to me and, hey, don't want this known, but, da-da-da-da-da-da. And, for example, I thought one time, hey, I saw you in a grocery store. You don't have any money. This is back in the crack days. I saw him walking around the grocery store and said, hey, what's going on? I watched him walk out of the grocery store with nothing. Were you eating in that grocery store? And he was embarrassed. Yeah, I didn't have any money. And I gave him money and I said, let's go to the store and let's eat, get you something to eat. Now, anything else, he would not come to me. Now, as far as Rick and myself, we lived in that house. There was cocaine in there, but this was like 84, 85, maybe part of 86, as far as my memory goes. But in 86, 87 is when I met my wife, Denise, and that all stopped. Also, Rick moved out of that house and moved to Cincinnati where he found his wife.
So in 1991, who did Gene live with?
I have not a clue.
How often did you see Gene during that year?
Periodically, maybe 2-3 times at my parents' house.
2-3 times over the course of the entire year?
The entire year.
How often have you been to his house?
His house now?
His house in 1991?
Never.
Not once?
Not once. Not once. It wasn't until my daughter was about a year old and just starting, maybe 9 months old. So it would be 93, 94.
And what was your reasoning for distancing yourself from him in that time frame?
My wife did not want me around him because of his drug and alcohol problem.
With that being said, though, you were still a person he would call when he was in a jam.
And she would get pissed off if I had to go pick him up in the middle of the night from 33rd Street and take him to his car.
Are there any times where he called you to ask for your help and you turned him down?
Those only when he wanted out of jail was the only time he ever called me, or if it was something like he wanted help me move furniture. He was moving out of his apartment.
But each one of those times where he was in a jam, he was locked up, needed a ride, you were there. You responded to him.
Yes, I did.
Did he ever reach out to anyone else for assistance?
That I do not know. No member of the family, because my sisters wouldn't have helped him, and my parents wouldn't have helped him. I was the only one.
Do you know if there's anyone in that time frame who would have helped him? If he was in this kind of jam?
No. I did
Not
not
one
know.
person where you
I did
knew-
not know his friends. I did not know his friends. Like I had said, and you heard earlier, the time I walked in on Oak Ridge with all that cocaine and those guys with guns, that's the last time I ever saw anybody associated with him. I never saw anybody again. I didn't see a friend.
When was this?
80, I'd say 87. 87. This is before he graduated to crack. I say it that way because you always start out in powder and then it moves up to crack, at least at that. My experience with people that I've known have done that. That's where it goes. And that's where he lost everything and he hit rock bottom. And that was in 88. And he lived in, probably you guys know, the Chateau Apartments on Oak Ridge. That's where that was at.
So when this time comes where he meets with the prosecutor and he has his attorney and he's ready, if he takes that route to where he wants to make a deal, he doesn't want to spend the last decade or so of his life in prison. And in that deal, he has to give out every detail of the crime.
You will not hear my name. Okay? You will not hear my name.
Got it.
And if you want a DNA test on me, please. If you want a lie detector, please. No. There's no way.
Okay.
None.
Just understand, I'm not coming in here accusing you.
I know,
just
I
need to
know.
make sure.
I know,
We
I
do
know.
not like surprises in law enforcement.
You're not going to get a surprise.
Got it.
No.
Good.
No. It is not any chance. And I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but I came here to tell you what I knew and what was there. I was asked not to come here. I was asked not to come here.
By who?
His wife said that he has obtained an attorney, a public defender, and not to speak to the police.
What was she worried you'd tell us?
I have no idea. But this is all I heard. This was from one of my sisters. And I said, I've already made the appointment to come here. And I said, and I told my sister why I said I would come. And I am a man of my word. If I'm saying I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it as much as I can. And it's because I asked you. I want my parents left out of this. I will come and I will talk to you. I will tell you anything you want to know, which I don't know much, but I came here to tell you, and I've been honest with you. But I just would like my parents to be left out because they do not need this. They are healthy. They still have their minds, and it isn't going to be much longer. But there's been some loss and tragedy in my mother's side within the last year. She has lost 4 of her 6 siblings. Her and my aunt are the only ones left. And they don't need this crap. So.
I understand. Well, like I said, I'm not here to offend you. I hope you don't take it that way, but
It just was very, I understand what you're doing and I understand your job. But no, you will not hear my name in this.
Good.
No.
Good.
And I know you've looked at my record. You can see I've never been arrested, never been in trouble with the law. No. Now, have I broken the law? Yeah, I did stuff that was against the law. But I got out of it. I got out of it before it was too deep, and it was because of one woman. And the thing, and I told my daughter this the other night. She saved my life, and I couldn't save hers. And I said, that's a cross I have to bear. So, and this is the way I live it.
well, I'm going to ask one thing from you.
Mm-hmm.
This is obviously in the media now. It's on social media.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be people from your past that now come out, and maybe some of them have details. If you hear any of those details that are relevant to this case, I'm asking you to contact us. Keep in touch.
And I will. And the thing about it though is, I'm not on social media. I don't believe in it. I've never been on Facebook, Instagram. The only reason why I'm on the grid is having to deal with finances, moving houses, and that, having a phone. That is the only way you find me on the grid.
Well,
I do not believe in
you don't
putting
have to hear it
myself out there.
firsthand, but if you hear it from other people,
I would. Now, my daughter, she is on most of this stuff. And she is, because she called me yesterday, Dad, it's nationwide. It's on People Magazine. It's on X, whatever they call it, X. It's on Instagram. I saw something on Instagram, I said, okay, let me know if you find something I don't know. Most everything she has said I've already seen. I've gone on there and I've seen it, type in his name, boom, it's there. So, and that's, but I do have a son and a daughter that are on there, and they would let me know.
Good.
They would let me know, and if I do hear of anything, I will let you know.
excellent.
But, I've also heard it's all over Facebook. I don't have Facebook. I don't believe them. It's not, quote another movie, it's everything that's wrong and evil in this country is my belief. So, but, and by the way, I'm not on it to hide anything. I just don't want to put myself out there. I don't want to put myself out there.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
And by the way, I am firmly, I will not be brought up in anything in this. I had nothing to do with it.
Good.
So, anyways, if you want anything from me, I'll be glad to. Blood, anything, I'll give it to you. I've had nothing to do with this. And I have never, ever been to a prostitute in my life. I've talked to them, so I got a kick out of their stories, but no, I've never done anything with a prostitute. So, like I said, I was better looking than him. All right, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'll walk you out right there.
Gene Stuller is currently awaiting trial for the 1991 murder of Julia Wilbanks. No one else has been charged in connection with the crime.